Welcome everybody. Buongiorno. On behalf of Stefano Albertini, director of the Casa Italiana, welcome everybody. I'm also speaking in place of my dear colleague Aramergian, who's losing his beautiful voice. So just want to welcome everybody and thank once again the Casa Italiana who together with the King Juan Carlos Center have hosted this symposium for yesterday and today. We have a full schedule ahead of us today with 2 sessions and also 2 plenary speakers. I just want to remind everybody who's going to be up here to please speak to the microphone, okay? Otherwise, it's not going to come through in the streaming. And I'm just going to hand the microphone to Jordana, who's going to introduce our first plenary speaker.
Thank you, Jordi. Thank you, Ara. Thank you, Casa Italiana. We're really pleased from the KJCC to be co-sponsoring this amazing event with a number of other departments and centers on campus, which you can find on the conference website. Yesterday was a full day of discussion, debates, polemic, which we love. That's why we're having this conference in an academic setting, because this is exactly the place where you want to get into the thick of things and have that rich dialogue in person, which we're so happy to be able to do after 2 years of pandemic online Zooming, where the polemics just were nothing. You can't have a polemic in a chat. That just doesn't work. So we're really thrilled to continue the discussions today. We're also shifting our kind of linguistic, geographic, Mediterranean coordinates to build more into the program that we already started building into yesterday, which was these rich dialogues that happen across the Mediterranean, but specifically between Italy and Spain. And we really love seeing these new envelopes open for us in terms of new bibliography, new sources, and we're continuing to do that today. And I'm really privileged to introduce our first plenary speaker for the day, Javier Perez Segura, who's a professor at the Universidad Complutense in Madrid. He and I have been in dialogue for many years, and so being able to continue those dialogues today is really a pleasure. We actually met through Ara, so we also feel really triangulated today in terms of bringing those professional dialogues once again in person. Dr. Perez Segura has been a Mello Fellow at Casa, Washington, D.C. We really enjoy the way that he brings these dialogues also between Spain and the United States. A lot of his discussions have been about Spaniards in the U.S., or U.S. scholars, historians, intellectuals in Spain. This is one of the really strong components of his scholarship, including, for example, his publication from 2017, Bienvenido, Mr. Carnegie, which is really a lovely specific study on kind of Spaniards and the Carnegie Institute. Another of his publications, Scandal and Success, from 2012, and the book that was really the kind of outcome of his dissertation research, De Arte Moderna, Vanguardia y Estado, La Sociedad de Artistas Ibéricos, from 22, which continues to be a reference in the field for many of us who are really interested in exhibition research. He's also been the curator of many exhibitions. I won't be able to list all of them, but some highlights for me were his exhibition Madrid Museo de las Artes, 1909 to 1937 in 2018, and also a show that we collaborated on together, Encuentros de los Años 30, in which he was charged with this section related to this Republic and the Spanish Civil War, which was really a key component of that exhibit. The talk that he's giving us today, I think, will continue to raise up new lines, new axes of intellectual discussion, which is that dialogue in Spain between Madrid and Barcelona and Catalonia and Spain, and the way that artists moved around in this period. We were just talking yesterday about how when we historicize these questions, we understand better the way that these lines were really fluid in the early part of the 20th century. And that's really important to remember, to historicize the way these conversations came about. So the title of his talk is The Mediterranean in Madrid, Tracing Noucentisme and Italian Modern Figurative Art in the 20s and the 30s. Javier.
So thank you so much. I'm very grateful to my dear friend Sarah, Jordana, my new friend Jordi, and lots of institutions such as NYU, Casa, Zerilli-Marimò, la Fundació Rafael Masó y el Institut Ramon Llull. It came quite clear after yesterday's last minutes that identity and ideology will play a big role in all these questions of the 20s, the teens, the 20s, and the 30s. But we mustn't forget that there's another term that will come into play today, modernity. It became kind of a holy grail all around the North Hemisphere. And that's why I'm very interested to communicate to you today. Let's start with a key question. Is there any image without ideology? Of course, it depends on how we define the term ideology. Today, I want to define it with a soft profile that would allow me to make a coherent speech. But this soft definition of ideology has to do with the idea that an ideology can also be a bunch of ideas that characterize an individual or a social group. In that simple way, it's obvious that the answer to that question, to the former question, is there any image without ideology? Following that definition, that soft definition, can only be negative. No, there are no image without ideology. Even taken to an extreme, even abstract art has an ideology, that of the freedom or that of the rejection of figurative art. Regarding the artistic languages of the retour à l'ordre in the interwar period, it's quite obvious that many were prone to project political ideology, far right or far left. The figurative code and the need to convey certain political contents made it inevitable. But that's only one side of the triangle. Was smiling when Jordana talked about a triangle. So there's another one. And there's just one side of this triangle. Another one is that the new figurations, although defended in general, a civilizing ideal, that of a perfect, harmonious society, which was offered as a kind of lifesaver in times of chaos and conflict, such as the 20s or 30s. The third side of this triangle is that they were proposed, the retour à l'ordre languages, as an alternative. Why not say revenge even to the more radical languages of some of the avant-gardes that had dominated in the teens, Dada, Cubism, abstraction. The apology of the classic was often considered a principle of authority. We mustn't forget that. In addition, there's always, as an obsession, the question of identity. If the formalist avant-garde was transnational, the new figuration sometimes pointed out in the opposite direction, defense of the local, of the different, of one's own tradition. In this lecture, I want to assess what happened specifically in the Spanish case. I will focus on its political capital, Madrid, and in a critical time such as the dictatorship of Miguel Primo de Rivera from 1923 to 1930. We will see if these new realisms were understood under the prism of some of the three arguments we've just mentioned before. Political ideology, civilizing ideal or language of purity as confronted to the supposed degeneration of the formalist avant-gardes, Entarte de Kunst, you know. Let's begin. Art in Madrid had been extremely conservative at the very beginning of the 20th century. The first avant-garde episode, Futurism, Cubism, Dada, took place from 1999 onwards, mainly thanks to two protagonists, the writer Ramon Gómez de la Serna, and ultraism. Ramon published in his magazine Prometheus 2 texts by Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, the Founding Manifesto 1909 and the Futurist Proclamation to the Spaniards of 1910. In addition, in 1915, he organized the exhibition of integral painters, the first Cubist show, with works by the Mexican Diego Rivera, the Spaniard Maria Blanchard, and the Russian Jacques Lipchitz. Ultraism, a literary movement inspired, among others, by the French Guillaume Apollinaire and the Chilean Vicente Huidobro, was the first collective movement there, and united writers and painters from different countries. From 1918 to 1922, they practiced a futurist, Dada, expressionist, and Cubist mixed language, which was replaced by the dominance of the retour à l'autre. It is probably coincidental, but it is also interesting to note that the end of ultraism took place almost exactly at the same time as the beginning of a new political regime, the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera. And I advise that there are going to be lots of art and politics mentions in this presentation, my presentation. As we shall see, the dictatorship, always conservative in artistic taste, sheltered and sometimes favored the presence of those new figurative languages until its replacement by the Republic, the Second Republic, in 1931. Specifically, today I want to talk about 2 of these aesthetic options, Noucentisme and the reception of modern Italian figurations. As we shall see, these options will often intersect in the art criticism of the period. Regarding the former, there are 2 key figures, the painter Joaquim Sunyer, for sure, and the thinker Eugenio, whose destiny had been linked at the very beginning of the Noucentisme. The presence of Joaquim Sunyer in the Madrid scene was very intense and continuous during those dictatorial years. Let us remember that he had led the Noucentisme since his exhibition at the Fayence Català Gallery in 1911. But in the 20s, he had a second moment of prominence. Maybe not so surprising, since I think it can be understood as a relevant instrument to expand Noucentisme abroad. In that case, abroad, Catalonia to Madrid and the rest of Spain. The 3 implied publishing houses we're going to talk about right now were openly Noucentistas. La Revista, Quatre Coses, and Estrella. This last one from Madrid, directed by the theater entrepreneur Gregorio Martinez Sierra, who was defined by his friend Eugenio Dors as a Silas Catalanizing. The oldest one of this monograph in the early 20s is this by Alexandra Plana in 1920. He connects him with the poetry of Joan Maragall, was quite logical, normal, who had defined his art as a sensibility oriented to order. Moreover, Plana already establishes a first link between Noucentisme and Italian art, stating that the painter, and I quote, has matured the ingenuities of the Italian primitives as a great Renaissance man. In 1924, there's a second book by journalist Rafael Marquina. It's key because, this book is key because it clearly addresses the difficult balance between inside and outside, which is one of the keys of all those decades. And I quote, Sunyer abandons Paris and returns to Sitges, the white Catalan village near the Latin waters of the Mediterranean. Sunyer's painting represents in Catalonia, his homeland, a very interesting renovation and a starting point towards new revelations. And outside Catalonia, he raises, in order to universal art, the problem of the obedience of art to an autochthonous racial feeling. Let me underline the word racial. Suñé aspires to give Catalanness to the universal, to speak with a Catalan accent the language of the world. As we can see, Marquina was trying to find a compromise solution between the local and the global that will be, in fact, one of the keys to the new figurations of that period in the West. We're also interested in this author because he was the organizer of the exhibition Modern Catalan Art, 1926, which we will discuss a little bit later. Finally, in 1925, Josep Maria Junoy, who had been a pioneer of avant-garde poetry, wrote the most radical book on Suñé, The Great Local Art of Suñé, where he even speaks of, and I quote, racial and aesthetic determinism. What is good in his art is the air, the earth, the race that has engendered and perfumed it. Blessed Mediterranean lands, where the immortal prestige and inexhaustible graces of classical civilization, which once shone in the lands of Hellas and Latium, float and will float. And he reaches a paradoxical conclusion. If his art is universal and not a copy of the foreign, he also owes it to his localism. In those years, the success of the Suñé exhibition in Barcelona in 1923 encouraged him to make his debut in Madrid at the Society of Friends of Art from January to February 1925, which took place in the National Library, that is, in a space property of the Ministry of Public Instruction to the Ministry of Culture, and so the government. So he was introduced there in Madrid through the government, through a space ruled by the government. It was the first arrival of Noucentisme in Madrid, and also the first time that the Spanish government bought one of his paintings, this Maria Dolors, which still remains in the Reina Sofia Museum. Not on view, I must confess, but there are thousands of paintings in the Reina Sofia which are not on view, so it's not a question of relationship between Madrid and Barcelona and so on. Just a problem of space, I guess. Well, Eugenio's comments of that great exhibition, 1925, which had 29 works in the magazine Raza Española. Let me pronounce hardly Raza Española, Spanish race. What a title. Published in March, April 1935. And I quote, "He's not French, but radically Catalan." He contrasts his good judgment with what he called the follies of the avant-garde, especially German expressionism. And he concludes, Madrid knows Joaquim Suñé's works for the first time, not too soon. I imagine that this visit had to be fruitful and that the Mediterranean painter had to see the sphere of his function and masterly mission extended. An article by the art critic Manuel Abril, published in the magazine Alfar in March 1925, also defined Suñé's Noucentisme as the overcoming of artistic experimentation. He said that he thought there were three types of painters: the pure, so the formalists, the naturalists, so the realists, and the human or lyrical, which was for him the most advanced type, which surpassed the previous two, and among which Suñé was. And I quote, "Art requires unity when certain movement of the spirits, lyricism, and humanizing glows are taken to the plastic order." In this article, 9 paintings were reproduced, 9 paintings, in what is almost a virtual mini-exhibition, dominated by portraits and female nudes, as usual. This mention, let me think a moment about this mention to the humanizing, which is not casual, and that has a lot to do with the second side of the triangle we were talking about before. Let's think that Suñé's exhibition took place at a decisive moment in the development of modern art in Spain, when the philosopher José Ortega y Gasset had just published his famous essay, The Humanization of Art, in which he speaks, in essence, of the same third option, as far from the formal avant-garde, which he calls not only unpopular but anti-popular, as from the 19th century sentimentality due to an excess of drama. This shared interpretation between Manuel Abril and Ortega y Gasset had precisely during those months many episodes of complicity. Above all, in relation to the first exhibition of the Society of Iberian Artists in May 1925, which was the great renovating milestone of Spanish art. There was there a tribute to Ortega y Gasset. Joaquin Suñé was also one of the signatories of the first manifesto of the Society, although he didn't find an exhibit. And Salvador Dalí showed works as humanized as this girl's back. But Eugenio must be clearly considered the great architect of the arrival of Noucentisme in Madrid, where he will reside since 1921 after having lost political support in the Mancomunidad. He then began a period of an almost compulsive writing in which he would define Noucentisme and other new figurative options as synonymous of order and civilization. The key texts pile up, and almost all of them have to do with this idea of bringing the Mediterranean closer to Madrid or to the rest of Spain. In 1921, he published his essay Cézanne, whom he identifies as a painter of the South and pioneer of the new figurative interpretation of reality. In January 1923, he brought the foreword to the Plantura competition, where he defended modern Catalan painting for its plastic, constructive vocation. And I quote, "Common to all the shores of the Mediterranean." That year, together with Lluís Plantura, he tried to impose the return, that's at least my opinion, personal opinion, beliefs. He tried to impose a return to order as the only artistic option for the Society of Iberian Artists, a project that he abandoned, or that they both abandoned, when he saw he wasn't going to achieve that goal. He would write in Vendetta, My Autumn Salon, 1924, in which he reinforced that connection between Catalan art and Italian art of the past and the present. I've chosen these two paintings by José de Togores, who was, in fact, kind of the second or third leader of the Noucentisme. It depends on how we count on the dozens of painters assigned to. Politically, Eugenio, his figure is very controversial because he maintained an attitude of collaboration with the dictatorship. The Minister of Labor, let me give you some information about. The Minister of Labor, Eduardo Aunós, appointed him professor at the Social School of Madrid, and in 1927, he favored him to become a member of the Royal Spanish Academy of Language. Years later, during the Civil War, he joined the Falange, a political party that had been inspired by Italian fascism. In 1938, he was appointed national head of the fine arts and curator of the Spanish pavilion at the Venice Biennale. And in 1939, he was entrusted with a mission of cultural diplomacy of the greatest importance, to bring back to Madrid the paintings of the Prado Museum that had left, well, in fact, that had been saved from bombing in Madrid with the Republican government. But let's go back to the 20s, because after there were hardly any Catalan artists at the exhibition of Society of Iberian Artists, just Lluís Bagaria, Ramon Pichot, and Salvador Dalí. Only a few months later, in January 1926, the Modern Catalan Art Exhibition took place. It was organized by the newspaper Heraldo de Madrid, Madrid Herald, at the Fine Arts Circle, curated by Rafael Marquina, the one who had written a monograph on Suñé in 1924. This exhibition is fundamental to this lecture, to this presentation, because it brought together 41 artists and 77 works, selected by the gallerist Josep Dalmau. Many of them were rooted in one way or another with Noucentisme. The press reviews reinforced the idea that Noucentisme was, above all, the incarnation of a social, civilizing ideal. So the second side of the triangle I started talking to. And as in the initial Noucentisme, the complementarity of two discourses is maintained. Mediterraneanism as the place of the eternal imprint of the classic, and the Catalan landscape as a differential fact of culture. The journalist Ángel Begue says it very clearly, and I quote, "According to the Latin clarity of the Mediterranean, the eye turns towards the beauties of the native soil and the blue sea." There are many examples in this sense. Of Joaquin Suñé, is there any? Mm-hmm. Okay, a minute. Okay. Well, sorry. There are many examples in this sense of Joaquin Suñé, who showed this female nude. We can read that he is, and I quote, "the artist who interprets the world and the blue serenity of the Mediterranean." In that sense, a landscape by Jaume Mercader has a beautiful plastic Catalanness, unalterably faithful to the racial expression, to the intimate and substantial sense of identity, to the peculiar voice of the native land. Finally, Marquez Puig knew how to, and I quote, "combine the vocation of the classics with the restlessness of the modern." That work down there by Joan Rebull, it said that it is strong, robust, and full of character. It's not my fault. I'm having fun, in fact. I don't want this to end. Yeah? Well, let's continue. Thanks God, I'm 23 years attending classes and having classes at the university, and nothing can disturb me. Like the greatest sculptors of antiquity, the old glorious civilizations, without abandoning the classic, it's a renewal of the eternal. Of this torso, of that torso from Arrest, sculptor over there, which had the serenity of classical works, feels the eternal rules that govern statuary art. Finally, in the periodical La Veu de Catalunya, Marquina said of the 5 sculptors' submissions, "They are an unmistakable seal of Catalanness, of Latin and Mediterranean clarity." And then there is what we can call the Dalí affair, which has a special relevance, obviously. Dors always thought he was the chosen one to lead the second wave of Noucentisme and turn it into modern art par excellence, because it would unite classical but modernized forms with a message of order that was social in nature. Poor Dors. He must have felt betrayed when Dalí began from 1927 to paint mutilated bodies, ejaculations, or flaccid penises. But that hadn't happened yet. As we know, Dalí had been one of the great winners of the first exhibition of the Society of Iberian Artists. And in this picture, it's quite clear that Dors was protecting him even physically, trying to keep him on the margins from all these very serious people. This is Victoria Macho, a sculptor of the 20s, and this is Francisco Bores, who become very well known in Paris from 1926 on. So, Ors was protecting him. That was quite clear. In fact, Ors wrote an article in the periodical ABC in which he differentiated between his post-Cubist paintings, which didn't amuse him at all, and the new figurative ones, which were his main choice, as we've seen before. And I quote, "Before, Dalí used to think that objects and bodies had to be built like watchmakers, and now he has learned to build like mothers." He was not the only who thought that about Salvador Dalí. Rafael Marquina, in La Veu de Catalunya, also wrote, "A new and beautiful Catalan reality is rising, Salvador Dalí. What wisdom and what saying. Our ancestral Mediterranean creative saying." A few months later, on the occasion of the first one-man show of Dalí in the Dalmau Galleries in December 1925, Rafael Benet will say something that also interests us very much for this presentation, and I quote, "Ingres, Lot, de Lascarra, neoclassicism is announced in the manner of Casorati and even the more academic Ubaldo Oppi." What a string of name, of glorious name. At the Modern Catalan Art Exhibition, Dalí presented these two paintings, Girl at the Window and Venus and Sailor, of which the writer Ribas Cherif said, Venus and Sailor is an academy of good Cubist style. I do believe that Venus and Sailor is a classic painting because it is not imitative, but conceptual and decorative. Salvador Dalí knows his classics. And another influential critic, José Francés, in the magazine Nuevo Mundo, pointed that, and I quote, "The memory of the Italians is renewed. Doesn't Dalí make us think, for example, of Carlo Carrà or Giorgio de Chirico?" Rafael Marquina was of a similar opinion, and he said, here is a scandal, Venus and Sailor, a Cubist work, but not quite Cubist, a Picasso, not quite Picasso, and in a certain way, more than Picasso. Classical painting, it is the Venus of discord, capable, like the classical Helen, of igniting a war. A few meters away is the girl at the window. Serenity, grace, novelty, and firmness. And he concluded, Marquina, he has painted this one precisely because he knows how to paint the other one. For Mendes Casal, in Girl at the Window, the artist seems more like a primitive. He refines, trims, solidifies, seeks corporeality with a certain okay. He refines, trims, solidifies, seeks corporeality with a certain Mantegna-like sense. He illustrates the text with Girl at the Window, for sure, which also will be the cover image of the magazine Da Sira, in January 1926. Who would deny it had become kind of a visual manifesto of the second wave of Noucentisme? Inside this issue, there's an article by Josep Francesc Ràfols on the occasion of his first one-man show at Dalmau. And I quote, "Dalí has a strong soul, the gift of materializing the pictorial vision, of covering up the corporeality of the things of the world without losing the power that never cultivates grace. As much in the Catalan girls as in the sea or the farmhouses, they serve a serenity of art that has reached a vibrant and even subtle idealism." So, an incredible conclusion of the exhibition is that although Suñé was still considered the great master of Noucentisme, Salvador Dalí appeared in the eyes of critics, both Madrileñan and Catalan, as the great hope of figurative renewal. nourished by lots of Italian references, from the Renaissance to the Pittura Metafisica or the Novecento. Eugenio was convinced that this exhibition was to be the second step after the Suñers one in 1925 for the triumph of Noucentisme in Madrid. Although he was still missing names like José de Togores, whom we have seen in this illustration in my autumn salon, and Pere Pruna. And he was still betting on bringing the Planjura collection to Madrid as the best way to make the whole new figurative movement known. That exhibition was closed with 2 lectures. This is a cartoon appeared in La Heraldo Madrid. Ortega y Gasset was the first one, and he continued to defend the new figuration as the modern art par excellence. Nothing surprising. And Francesc Pujols, who's the first one from the left, which a presentation entitled The Characteristics of Catalan Painting, he began by affirming the, and I quote, ethnic condition, as dangerous as racial condition, which is to summarize in a single general style the characteristic of Italian, Castilian, and French painting. Our 2 pictorial poles are Rivera, not Diego Rivera, but José de Rivera, the Baroque master, and Paul Cézanne, South Pole and North Pole. Here lies his Catalanism and the defense of the Països Catalans that included Valencia and the south of France, that's for sure. Anyway, Pujols advocated at the end of his presentation harmony and mutual understanding between Madrid and Barcelona, between Spain and Catalonia. And surely he was thinking of Noucentisme as the art that could unite these different identities. Finally, Suñer had a second exhibition in Madrid at the Museum of Modern Art in December 1930, which had come from the Sala Paredes in Barcelona. The art critic José Francés said then that it was, and I quote, the defining of Catalan nationality insofar as it was stripped of the initial Frenchness. Pupils of the countryside and of the sea appeared among the human figures. And for those, these works were, and I quote, solid, architectural, monumental. Placed in a museum, they would withstand the proximity of a Zurbarán or Arlequin. And on top of his classicist obsession, he concluded, Sitges has been for him a Weimar, or imitation, a severe Weimar. Incidentally, this article appeared in an issue of the magazine La Gazzetta Literaria. Yesterday, we saw a picture of Jiménez Caballero, who was then older than this. I spent one day trying to find a picture of Jiménez Caballero around the late 20s, and that's how he looked like. La Gazzetta Literaria, which was largely devoted to strengthening the intellectual and cultural ties between Barcelona and Madrid. It was one of the targets of its director, Ernesto Jiménez Caballero, who then wrote a text entitled Message to Catalonia, in which he said, it's not the Señera, nor the genuine character of the Ramblas. It is the Mediterranean, in exclamation marks. What we do, Castilians and Portuguese, know of this myth compared to the commotion that its essence excites in a Catalan. Where the solution to your peninsular anguish lies, dear Catalans, is not in Spanish things, inner Spain, but in the sea. And he concludes, bring us to Castile the sea, as in the Middle Ages and the union of the crowns of Aragon and Castile. Also for Jiménez Caballero, Noucentisme could be a structuring element of a new cultural and political reality for all of Spain. The second part of this lecture looks forward Italy. In 2012, I directed a doctoral dissertation focused precisely on the cultural relation between Spain and Italy from 1923 to 1943. They were, in fact, pretty intense, and mainly due to the interest of Italy. which sought, above all, to project fascism towards Latin America. It happened something like that with the Third Reich, the Dritten Reich, in the late 30s and in the early 40s with Spain. In this sense, it's interesting to know that the first official trip abroad made by the new dictator, Miguel Primo de Rivera, was with King Alfonso XIII to the Italy of Vittorio Emanuele III and Mussolini, November 1923. Here's a family picture, a tender family picture. I know you identify all the main characters from left to right. In general, we consider that the new Italian figurations were seen from Spain as a whole, without making distinction between currents such as pittura metafisica, valori plastici, Novecento, or Scuola Romana. I think that all these painters and sculptors seem to, the Spanish painter, just modern classics, that's all. Of course, the names that had influenced the most Spanish art were Gino Severini, Giorgio De Chirico, Felice Casorati, and Mario Tozzi. The first two have been well known about since the teens, but we had to wait until the 20s to read articles about Casorati. It was in the Catalan press as a result of the success of his run at the Venice Biennale in 1924. They were both written by Cesare Giardini, fascist and Catalanist, in La Gazzetta delle Arts, October 1924, and in La Matrincada, January 1925. An influence, that of Casorati, that would be seen immediately in painters like Roberto Fernández Valbuena, these two paintings from the left, and Luis Verdejo Felipe, the other painting reproduced there. Its impact was reinforced with a new episode of union between art and politics. The Italian ambassador in Madrid, Medici del Vascello, who held that position from 1928 till his death in 1931, was responsible for the largest exhibition of modern Italian art in Madrid during the dictatorship. Entitled The Exhibition of French, Italian Art and German Book, it was sponsored by the Painters and Sculptors Association. Held from April to June 1928 at the Retiro Palace, it was in fact the result of an agreement between the two governments, the Italian Embassy and the Spanish Ministry of Public Instruction, Ministry of Culture. The selection of works was very much in line with what had been presented at the 1928 Biennale, Venice Biennale. The curators were the painters Guido Caprotti da Monza, who had been living in Spain for years, in the teens, even before the start of First World War, and above all, Cipriano Efisio Oppo, a painter who had participated in the first Novecento exhibition in 1923, and an art critic for the Corriere della Sera. Oppo had previously coordinated the Mostra d'Arte Italiana in New York City in 1926, and from 1928 on, he was secretary of the National Fascist Union of Artists. From there, he was also responsible for the outstanding Italian participation in the Barcelona International Exhibition in 1929. Let me also tell you, Oppo was a great defender of certain Spanish painters who had been pensioned in Rome, such as Timoteo Pérez Rubio, Joaquín Valverde, or Gregorio Prieto. It was the first time that, 1928, that this figurative art, many of whose authors were in the orbit of Novecento, was to be seen in Spain. The exhibition was very eclectic, including works by Casorati. Let's take a look at it. Casorati, Felice Carena, Mario Tozzi, Oppo, Carrà, Soffici, Donghi, Campigli, Tozzi, Arturo Martini, or Roberto Salieti. The most criticized were Enrico Prampolini, due to his old-fashioned late futurism, and Adolfo Wild, with this exaggerated, and after Laura's yesterday's presentation, I would dare to say, the new Baroque sculptures of Mussolini and San Francesco. The most admired were Felice Casorati and Felice Carena. For José Francés, one of the great discoveries was, in fact, or the exhibition was, in fact, the work of Carena, who, as a professor at the Academy of Florence, will influence several Spanish students who will pass through there, such as Timoteo Pérez Rubio, Verdejo, Horacio Ferrer, Luis Montaner, Jesus Molina, or José Aguiar. José Francés underlined in his article, his essay, the naked woman of the great painter who has been revealed, at last, to Spanish eyes. The truth is that it's surprising how little impact this exhibition had in the Spanish press, and we still don't know why. There are only 3 articles in periodicals. Nobody wrote then about one of the artists who also showed there, Mario Tozzi, who showed this morning, Matutino, in 1927. Mario Tozzi, but in a short time, he would be the most admired painter by Eugenio d'Ors, who had met him in 1929 as the driving force behind the group of the Italians of Paris. As he had done with Noucentisme, d'Ors also bet big on Italian modern art. In fact, he began the decade of the 30s with an article entitled Italy Returns in La Gazzetta Letteraria, a magazine that was already fascist and no longer surrealist, and with another one dedicated to Mario Tozzi. Sorry. Okay, that's right. Here in this picture, he's with Tozzi in Lignorel in 1931. It's a very well-known picture. I know you all know. And with another one, article dedicated to Mario Tozzi in August 1931, in which he confirmed this hypothesis of the spiritual connection between Noucentisme and Novecento. Just think that although it's an article dedicated to the Italian painter, it begins this way, and I quote, I like, among the Catalan painters, José de Togores, I like, among the Catalan painters, Joaquín Suñé. I also like José de Togores. And he continues, as in Catalonia, José de Togores, in Italy, the Italy that lives in Paris, Mario Tozzi belongs to this class that shows solidarity with the past and the eternal, with classicism. Mario Tozzi's classicism will take classicism even farther. Sorry for so many classicisms. As seen, the connection between Noucentisme and new Italian figuration couldn't be more explicit in Eugenio d'Ors' mind. Following year, in 1932, he published a monograph on Tozzi, of whom he would become a collector, because the Catalan owned this work, Mirage 929. The monograph was written in French and published for the publishing house Chronique du Jour, Paris, and it was supposed to be the first of 3, the other 2 being supposed to be dedicated to Carlo Carrà and Giorgio de Chirico. And in fact, d'Ors had given recently a lecture on them at the opening of the exhibition 22 Italian Artists at the Galerie Bergingen in March 1932. The first reproduction inside the book is this triple portrait of Eugenio d'Ors. where there are many attributes of this new classicism. The square, the column, the temple of the shell, referring to the birth of Aphrodite or Venus, once again Venus, saw the perfect beauty. No less interesting is this triple portrait, which has had precedents in Titian, such in his Allegory of Prudence, Lorenzo Lotto or Anton van Dyck, and which was a visual research to speak of past, present, and future, and also of the passage from darkness to light. In the text, he says that after Carnival, so Faubin's Expressionism, and Lent, so Cubism, abstraction, that Italian painting was the one that best represented the Easter of Western art, the resurrection not of flesh but of form. Hence, the importance of a subgenre such as the nude, because it reflected, and I quote, the search for the absolute, which is what really constitutes the common ideal of the new Italian painters. And Dorso continued, Tozzi's Weltanschauung, his central intuitions, seems to us to be determined by a singular vocation for pure beauty. This use of the German term, Weltanschauung, meaning more or less a vision or conception of the world, was not accidental at all. If we remember that this book begins with a quotation from Goethe's Faust, in the first night of Walpurgis, in which he speaks of the young artist who misses the time of the trip to Italy. In short, these numerous episodes of the presence in Madrid of Noucentisme and of a certain modern Italian painting, especially that closer to the Novecento, indicate that from the public and private spheres, there was an extraordinary interest in this new figuration to become protagonist of the renovation of Spanish art during the dictatorship and in the early 30s. And they thought that Madrid, as the capital of the country, could be the best possible scenario to achieve that goal. To conclude, we must return to the triangle I spoke of at the beginning of this presentation. Explicitly political ideology, civilizing ideal, and rejection of formalist experimentation. Of the three arguments, we think that the main reason for the influence of the new figurations, such as Noucentisme or Novecento in Madrid, was the search for a language that could distance itself from the formalism of the teens, although it updated some of their formal advances. This explains why the Spanish artists who were inspired by these new figurations could be both right-winged, such as Rosario de Velasco, Alfonso Ponce de León, Juan Cabanas, or left-winged, such as Pérez Rubio, Horacio Ferrer, who was in fact anarchist, or Roberto Fernando Balbuena. The two great exceptions are obviously Eugenio and Ernesto Jiménez Caballero, who thought that these returns to order were indissolubly linked, above all, to a civilizing ideal, the Mediterranean as the origin of culture and social order, and besides, to a political ideology, which swung between their conservative positions and their admiration towards Italian fascism. Thank you so much.
I really enjoyed this talk. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more, since you brought in Jiménez Caballero and the kind of dialogue about if I remember correctly, in Gaceta Literaria, there was a página, like a página en la revista dedicada a Cataluña, como una faceta serial, ¿no? Regular, ¿no? En la revista, y que había también este intercambio, ¿no? que eran, no me acuerdo ahora si fueron los escritores catalanes que fueron a Madrid, o si no, Jiménez Caballero, que estuvo en Barcelona, ¿no? por estos festivales, ¿no? ¿Cómo entra como ahora que hemos visto el intercambio visual, ¿no? ¿Qué rol entonces tenía en este cambio también de los críticos de arte, ¿no? O sea, que estuvo, por ejemplo, Gask también involucrado en este intercambio, había como en la crítica de arte o incluso en Gaceta Literaria, cómo se ve plasmada también en este como discurso regular, repetido, serial, en la cual entra, ¿no? en como forma regular y esperada, digo que no excepcional, ¿no? en este diálogo entre los dos capitales.
Well, Jiménez Caballero had an interesting vision of Iberian reality. In fact, the La Gaceta Literaria, I guess, is subtitles such as Iberian Magazine, and he always tried to give news about Portugal, Latin America, and in relation to his interest in Catalonia, yes, you are right. In 1927, for instance, he organized an exhibition of almost 6,000 books in Catalan in the National Library. And the following year, he went to, he was in Barcelona, having an exhibition of his literary posters, affiches. So, and even, I guess, there are one of his avant-garde films, Noticiario de un Cineclub, includes a visit by some Catalan colleagues to Madrid. They go upstairs to the terrace. I guess some of you know what I'm talking about. So, in the late 20s and in the very first 30s, La Gaceta Literaria and GC, Jiménez Caballero, still was thinking of an ideal unity, civilizatory unity of all the territories linked to the Iberian Peninsula. Then everything changed, as you all know, and he decided to break links, connections with some of these nationalities. And he was plunged into the defense of Italian fascism and idea of imperialism. We heard yesterday some many things about that. But he was very disappointed, very seized by the arrival of the Second Republic, because he was expecting kind of a revolution, perhaps a political revolution, and I guess following the dictatorship of the elite, the intellectual elite in Spain. So after several months after the proclamation of the Second Republic, he noticed it won't happen that way, and I guess he reinforced his aristocratic profile, which was one of a very common position in many intellectuals there in Spain, such as Ortega said, for instance, and I guess Eugenio too. Thank you.
Javier, porque ha sido extraordinario escucharte. Yo quería hacerte una pregunta muy concreta y comentar alguna cosa de las imágenes que todavía están. Concretamente, si pudieras, dos cosas. Si pudieras explicar un poco más qué relación, la que estaba. ¿Dónde estábamos? Sí. La relación de Ors con la figura de Carlo Carrà. Y ahora explicaré por qué. Y si has detectado en estos años que yo, desde mi punto de vista, hay una cierta reticencia por parte de Ors a usar la palabra novecentismo y usar más la idea de pintura moderna, arte moderno, catalán, español, lo que sea, que le viene un poco desde la época del catálogo Plandiura, ¿no? Y es como que es una época en que él es muy cuidadoso de cuándo dice que alguien es noucentista o no. Es la percepción que tenía. Te quiero preguntar si tú has detectado este cuidado, ¿no? Y quería decir una cosa, por todo esto de Carrà y todo este uso. Cuando él conoce a Mario Tozzi, en las cartas que hay entre él y Mario Tozzi, el encargo original del libro de Mario Tozzi venía con un encargo de Carrà, de la esposa de Severini, y Mario Tozzi le dice: Carrà es un enemigo nuestro, no escribas sobre él. Le dice Tozzi a Ors, no es de los nuestros. Y de alguna manera parece que llegan como una especie de pacto como para excluir el comentario sobre Carrà, y al final se escribe solo el libro sobre Tozzi, ¿no? Esta conversación es muy interesante porque es el momento en que ellos se posicionan contra Sarfati, en una carta privada, contra Oggetti y contra otra gente en Italia, ¿no? Como que son un grupo aparte, ¿no? Ors y otros que van a estar con Ors. Este cuadro Mirage se lo vende a Ors por 5.000 francos y Ors lo tuvo en su piso de París y luego se lo pide que se lo devuelva. 5.000 francos equivalían a 5 derechos de autor de libros de Ors en esa época. Entonces, y ese retrato, este homenaje, en la carta también habla: estoy preparando tu doble retrato. A mí me llama mucho la atención que la imagen luego sea tríptico y no dos, porque ellos estaban discutiendo que fuera un retrato dual, ¿no? Pero tiene que ver con ideas que tenía Ors sobre la dialéctica en ese momento, que era lo que tenían que ser términos de 3 y no de 2. Entonces, hay todo un diálogo con Mario Tozzi que es lo que le ayuda a él, yo creo, a dejar de usar el término que estaba usando Sarfati, que era Novecento, en estos años. Es mi intuición. Pero bueno, te quería preguntar que cómo ves tú toda esta problemática de si esto es Novecento o es pintura moderna italiana, que es el término que durante varios años Ors elige usar públicamente.
Well, let me think. Carlo Carrà perhaps was considered by Eugenio as a niche character or protagonist of Italian painter, because he had been a bold futurist, which Dors didn't like so much or at all. And then when he had returned to new figurations, he had done what Eugenio Dors called constructing bodies like a watchmaker, in a very pejorative notion. So what Eugenio Dors is looking at always is trying to select or find artists who can interpret this humanizing or this process of humanization of modern art through Italy. The term Novecento is a completely trap. No? And then in the 20s and the 30s, everybody talk indistinctly about Novecento and Novecentista, for instance, just to refer to what has been made or done in the 20th century. For instance, there's an exhibition in 1932 in Valencia, organized by the Society of Iberian Artists, who was entitled Novecentista. The exhibition, La Exposición Novecentista. Even though there was painting by Rosario de Velasco, or people who were painting in a retour à l'ordre style, but there was also paintings by paintings such conservative as Solana, Gutiérrez Solana, for instance. Everybody was englobed under the same umbrella, conceptual umbrella of Novecentismo. So I've found some references of Novecento which wanted to tell exactly Novecento, as we consider right now, but there are sometimes that it doesn't happen like that. Novecento, Novecentismo was the modern and classic figurative art in Italy, especially which was trying to board on the Spanish coast, no? As to say. Thank you. Anna.
I think we need to take a 5-minute break before our next session. So let's thank
Okay,
Javier and
we'll keep on talking. Thank you so much.
We will begin session 2 with 4 very promising presentations on painting of the new century between Noucentisme and Novecento. First of all, we have Filippo Bosco, who's a PhD candidate at the Scuola Normale Superiore in Pisa, who's going to talk about comme, immerge dans ces mers, Mario Tozzi, Eugenio d'Ors, and the Mediterranean constructs. Filippo?
So, thank you, Ara and Jordi, for organizing this wonderful conference, which already been very full of exchanges, as demonstrated by the 3rd time you see these images actually in 2 days. And I start. My papers deals with Eugenio d'Ors' book dedicated to Mario Tozzi, of which I brought a copy here, and I'm happy to make it pass around, have a look of the physical object we already talked about so much. So this is the largest and most important text about Tozzi before 1970. And at the time, d'Ors was considered in Paris, and I quote from a 1931 review of his course on Science and History of Culture in Madrid, appeared on Les Nouvelles Littéraires, and I quote, "One of the most original minds of our time, one of those alchemists of thought who subject a concept to the most varied reagents until extracting its most secret essence." Introducing this text, I will try to explore and disentangle some of the reagents in d'Ors' criticism on Italian art, pointing out from the structure and passages of the text itself the international context and critical horizons, as well as the strategies in formal analysis of painting. The Catalan thinker himself recalls in the text the first encounter with a painting by Mario Tozzi. At the international exhibition Der schöne Mensch in der Neuen Kunst, he visited in Darmstadt in 1929. The exhibition collected artists from 16 countries, and you can recognize an Archipenko sculpture on the cover or Oskar Schlemmer among the illustrations, and was a quite an original expression of the so-called Körperkultur, the German Körperkultur. This is and was focused on the genre of the nude, but the catalogue constructed a quite complicated and structured anthropological discourse using quotes from art theories about the canon or measurements of beauty, and even contemporary beauty contests. And I quote that America in particular loves and organizes, end of quote. d'Ors might not have known yet that Tozzi's painting would be eventually purchased by the Kunsthalle Mannheim on that occasion, so it is not obvious that this painting drew his attention. The exhibition was difficult to navigate. The École de Paris dominated being the most represented group and making it difficult to assess their respective national positions. Not only Tozzi was an Italian de Paris since 1919, but so was one of the few Catalan artists involved in the exhibition, José de Gores, who was mentioned by d'Ors in his review of the Darmstadt show published later in Au Grand Saint-Christophe. Moreover, it was probably Ubaldo Oppi to have, at that moment, the greatest visibility as an Italian artist in Germany. He was supported by Franz Roh as a magischer Realist, and Oppi himself, in the end, had lived in Paris until 1921. Not to mention the intricate relationships of such a European community of painters that might involve, for example, unexpected diversions of the center-periphery system, like the fortune in Paris of one of the highlights of the Venice Biennale in 1924. Anyway, Tozzi himself was a sort of hinge figure between Paris, the Italians in Paris, and the national art group and institution of Novecento. This aspect has been put in light in his catalogue Raisonné by Marinella Pasquali, in Maurizio Fagiolo's Dell'Arco's studies on the École de Paris, and in Pontigia's last book of Novecento. To get an idea of Tozzi's tireless organizing role and negotiation of national identities, just look at a sequence of shows he curated at the time. In 1928, he curated the École de Paris room at the Venice Biennale, including Fujita, Chagall, and Zadkine. In late 1929, he curated the most important show of the Novecento Italiano in Paris, that was actually rich in new young presences, such as Marino Marini and Paola Consulo, who would die in a few years, giving birth to the son of Gigliotti Zanini. Lastly, in 1930, again in Venice, he organized, together with Waldemar Georges, the Room of the Appels d'Italie, which also substituted the transnational dimension of the École de Paris or the Darmstadt exhibition with a clear Italian nationalistic rhetoric. The personal encounter with Tozzi and the edition of the monograph fell at a crucial moment in Eugenio d'Ors' career as well. In 1931, the two met in Provence at the national commemoration of the poet Virgil and the Provençal author Frédéric Mistral. And a few months later, right after the conference on Baroque and the subsequent querelle, Tozzi invited the philosophers to his studio in Lignorel, which is only a few miles from Pontigny. 3 letters from the Mario Tozzi archive inform further on their relationship. In this first letter, sent right after their meeting in Lignorel, thus forwards to Tozzi the invitation from Jacques Reynaud, editor of the journal Latinité, for a meeting in Meillan in Provence. And I quote, for d'Ors is a good opportunity for a theoretical and passionate elucidation of the classical spirit that would parallel my essay on the definition of the Baroque concept. End of quote. The invitation is also directed to Lionello Fiumi, the Italian poet who lived in Paris since 1928 and who had written the first monograph about Tozzi right in that year, 1928. In November, d'Ors tells Tozzi that Les Chroniques du Jour had commissioned to him 3 books about Tozzi, De Chirico, and Cara, and I quote, for a series in preparation of monographs on Italian contemporary painting. And I continue to quote, I oppose the same objection about Cara, whom I know much less well, and especially by reproductions. As for yours, you don't doubt it, I intend to do it and with all my art. And after it, all that will be necessary, all that is appropriate to your glory and your victory. And with you, the revolution, that is the reaction. From that first commission, things changed quite a lot. Tozzi's will be the only monograph and a series on Italian contemporary painting transformed into the last chapter of a larger system of the works by Eugenio d'Ors, presented in the frontispiece in the book. So as you can see, the first part included 2 already published monographs on Cézanne and Picasso, were translations in French for the Chroniques du Jour, and one only planned about Seurat, meant to present the 3 initiators of modern art. The second part, also never published, is a general overview on contemporary painting that casted a liturgic Catholic structure of this part of the year, by the way, namely Carnival, Lent, Mid-Lent, and Easter. These 4 volumes are resumed in the introduction essay of Tozzi monographs. The Carnival, and I resume briefly, the Carnival corresponds to Impressionism, a culminating Baroque period, and Bonnard and Renoir are mentioned as examples. Lent intervened as a reaction, just like Noucentism reacted to late 19th century modernism. Cubism is the most important example of the rigorous, strongly intellectual response to Carnival Impressionism. Then d'Ors identifies an interruption with a new course of expressionist impulses, from Futurism to Matisse to Surrealism, And lastly, Easter gained harmony and classicism, and above all, a return to the museum. Although this structure is never strictly chronological, the last moment corresponds to the post-First World War period. Nevertheless, two earlier forerunners are mentioned as Easter painters, namely Georges Seurat, who was already relaunched as a classicist by l'Esprit Nouveau in early 20s, but also the Swiss painter Ferdinand Hodler, a much less obvious reference at the time. Hypothetically, conversation with Tozzi himself might have contributed those choices in this passage. In 1931, Tozzi was working on Les Cirques, that was a clear homage to Seurat's homonymous painting that famously entered the Louvre collection right in 1927. And I wonder whether earlier paintings by Tozzi, possibly storaged in France or Lignorel at the time, testified his earlier fascinating for Hodler's boom around 1920, when the Swiss painter has a commemorative solo show in Venice. Anyway, The Easter of Italian Painting was the title of the introductory essay. As in those thinking from 1928, there was a return to the Italians of gens italica after the deep crisis of the 19th century. This point is particularly important. Although very similar to the positions of Valdemar Georges' criticism and the current relaunch of Mediterraneanism, those refused any nationalistic dimension. And I quote from his comment on fascism, I quote, "The fascio, on the contrary, sees not only the Italian, but Rome. It goes back to the formula urbi et orbi. It is worthy to be placed under the emblem of the ecumenical, the generic, the classic." End of quote. In respect to Tozzi, Dors mentions a passage of an autobiographical text written by the painter himself and probably given to the Catalan philosopher for the monograph. Tozzi declared himself a Tuscan painter, but he was born in the Marche. So not in a local sense, such as, and Dors makes the example of Zuloaga being a Castilian painter. So that is not as an anecdote, but as a category. After completing the monograph, Dors wrote to Tozzi giving indication of the respective order of the three books, now turned into chapters. He stressed the necessity to publish together the introduction and the monograph, described by this scheme of a trident with the same trunk, and then the three edges, Cara, Tozzi, and Chirico. In respect to Tozzi, Cara represents a stormy spring, like a too early approach to classicism, and the Chirico a too mature fall. As already said, this volume was the only result of the whole project, and texts on the Chirico and Cara never appeared. Dors delegates the painter and editor for the choice of the images, which is interesting because all the images in the monograph are basically from 1928 to 1932, and like a second chapter of the earlier monograph by Tozzi was written in 1928 and documented the earlier production. So let's turn to the essay on Tozzi, which was organized around a paradigmatic figure or archetype or intuition centrale, an expression drawn from Henri Bergson's theory of the history of philosophy. This figure is the siren. This is a creature from Mediterranean mythologies that represents an archaic element of zoology in respect to another figure like Venus. Around the siren, a lot of references gravitate, from Dionysus to the pediment of the Parthenon in Athens, where Neptune is defeated by Athena, from the story of Ulysses to even a poem by the Portuguese symbolist poet Eugenio de Castro, the Narrade of Harlem, published in 1896. In Tozzi's painted iconography, this figure was quite absent until the very recent years, but after the publication of the monograph, he presented a painting titled The Imprisoned Mermaid, Siren, inspired by the Castro poem, which is about a siren kept in captivity by a Dutch rabbi. More interestingly, it is in Eugenio's own poetic production and fiction that the figure of the siren or Oceanine is associated to the loved figure, the female figure. Above all in the poem Sige, that was written in 1929 but published only posthumously. The siren represents the ancestral and unconscious impulse that Tozzi's classicism has to contain in what Dawes calls an exorcism of the siren. These tensions originates a more layered conception of classicism. And I quote, "The nature of the modern is more mixed up, more complex, and if you want, more profound. So that its universe is mathematical, it is necessary that in this universe many spells are overcome. It is necessary that magic is opposed to magic." The siren was specifically formulated against another model, the Venus of Aristide Meillot, in a perspective that directly recalls the 1921 exhibition Der schöne Mensch, not only because the sculptor and the painter were compared there, but because of the anthropological characterization of the human body that touched on anthropometry and racialization. If Meillot's statues were characterized by purity, there is much zoology in that of the painter and Tozzi. Zoological, equine. This art cropped of the female model of Tozzi, of his constant archetype, far from academy, oriented toward biology, the prolonged points of this breast, which in the same painting evoke the morphology of the savage and the morphology of the divine, and which introduce in the Olympus the contours of a Polynesian nature. Bestial until its nobility, this magnificent neck, similar to a tower, geometrical by its roundness, alive but by its muzzle, rising from the shoulder, not like the stem of a flower, but like the trunk of a tree. Full of heat, Tozzi's type, in its formal perfection, still appears to us as if immersed in this sea. We contemplate it in a kind of greenish and oceanic clearness. So the race discourse, interestingly, originates from a formal observation of the color of Tozzi's figure, and it can be compared to the coeval appropriation of Meillot's work, not only by the French nationalists, already in the early 30s, but even later from the Nazi rhetorics of the late 30s, that was studied by Romy Golan in his study. I leave the question for Tozzi here, but Dawes' involvement in racism appears to be more subtly blended in a layered reading of Tozzi's work. After listing the components of Tozzi's cosmos as a vocation to beauty that excluded an intellectual repertoire of objects and references, such as of the Chirico, a vocation to classicism that translated the mythology into generic figures and themes, or a vocation to Georgic rural simplicity, directly linkable to Virgil and Mistral, and lastly, a working class character as virtue of craftsmanship, difficult paintings, especially large and difficult. And two quotes from the artist expresses as at best this attitude. And I quote from Tozzi, quoted from Dawes. "I am but a mason. It is not by chance that I paint mostly by a trowel." And the second quote, "I have an invincible revolver from Monet." End of quote. The last section of the book is probably the most interesting as it approaches directly the painter's technique. The central operative methodology here is expressed by the motto, and I quote, "to isolate what we intend to reduce," and a tectonic process is individuated both in the atelier practice, as each painting, according to Dawes, was framed in the making as a closed universe, and also within Tozzi's representation. A verification of these notes on practice is possible thanks to a few documents and traces. Two studio portraits of Tozzi at work, but clearly posing, show atelier props such as a mannequin of a child and a plaster head of Venus. As you can see, there is no framed ongoing painting. But the way Tozzi starts by fully completing a figure suspended onto the blank background helps in understanding the isolation process mentioned by Dawes. The typical device of crossing different surfaces opened to n dimension block them all on a flat plane, and I'm quoting Dawes' analysis. That was described as the tectonic magic of Tozzi, according to Dawes. A logic of interferences or mirage that is sudden slashes of spaces that introduce incongruous figures in composition that actually appeared in dialogue with abstraction, like Enrico Pampolini's late Futurism and even Surrealism, but had analogous parallel with Severini's coeval iconographies. The isolation process is testified also by a study on paper for the previous painter, Venus and Her Incarnation, which probably also thematizes as best the mechanism of an archetype and its variations. Looking closely to the figure of Frina, the one in the middle, you can see that it's actually a separated paper fragment glued onto the composition, and the paper fragment itself has a shape analogous to the formless subframe in which Venus appears. For example, recently at an auction, it was possible to photograph the back of the previous painter painting The Painter, which we saw earlier. And on the back, a silhouette was sketched which coincides exactly with the female figure, evidently based on the mannequin, at the left side of another curiously later painting, which documents the use of a cartoon or a mechanical reproduction technique. And also an impossible repetition that the painter himself never concealed since 1927, when the two paintings, sorry for this is the wrong date, they are both from 1927, and both appeared in public exhibition at the time. So and they were also widely reproduced and illustrated in journals. So and evidently the same female figure was probably made with that mechanical technique. A final observation is also dedicated to the strategies set up by Tozzi to construct such mirage or spatial interferences. Even when they are mirrors, like these ones in the gray area in this painting, they create interruptions of the contiguous figures. For example, the balcony, the balcony motif is like interrupted arbitrarily. And a final note regarding color. Dawes recalls that in 1976, the painter was criticized on journals reviews for his use of the violet as a medium tone in the depiction of the flesh, a weakness due to the persistence of impressionist techniques. This was later overcome by Tozzi by the conversion of color into drawing, disegno, and the composition of a plat colored surface, very flat and like fresco-like surfaces. One of the things Dawes did not mention, and with which I am approaching my conclusions, was an evident rediscovery of early metaphysical painting in the color, in the composition. I would say also this purism of early 20th century, Jeanneret, for example, or Cara, but also Giorgio Morandi's early metaphysical still lives. Definitely a formal reference to Metaphysica would not have made any sense in Dawes' discourse. The general construction of the monograph overturns constantly chronological order of events and personal positioning, such as those of Cara and the Kirikovs themselves, compressing them all on a present level in early 30s. This might be a further difference from the analysis of magic realism, for example, by Franz Roh, who actually had included Mario Tozzi already in 1925. And Roh stressed instead the international common roots of European post-expressionism in metaphysical painting. And after all, we already mentioned the anti-German reference, starting from the Exergo quotes from Dürer and the painter that goes to Italy, the Nordic painter going to Italy to learn painting. Dors also avoided direct comparisons with archaeological discoveries and visual sources, which also distinguishes his position from that of Valdemar Georges and the current and expanding nationalistic rhetoric. And for example, this is the publication of the same period, probably the first publication appearing after Tozzi monograph by the Chronique de Jour, which illustrate at the same time the first decade of fascist era in Italy, 1922 to 32, putting together archaeological rediscoveries and the modern painting. In terms of the ideological context around Tozzi, Dors' monograph marks an important shift. First, in February, Dors himself was invited by Antonio Marini to give a lecture at the vernissage of the show 22 Italian Artists, which is considered, though, as the last exhibition of the Novecento group, already deprived of a coherent identity. At the Venice Biennale, Tozzi had his own wall, not figuring within the group room of the Italian de Paris. So it is difficult to say whether the support of those would have pushed the painter further in an international dimension, or has something to do with the nationalistic inversion of his path, which is also due to a biographical reason, for example, as difficult disease he contrived in early 1933. But I would say that, also in Dors' biography, this monograph probably occupies a minor place in respect to the Picasso and Cézanne monographs, which are longer and more structured. But it is Dors' own writing, with its wide scope of references and implication, that allows the marginal to trigger reactions all the more eloquent of their time between political thought, art criticism, and visual cultures. Thank you.
Thank you, Filippo. Thank you very much. Next is Virginia Magnaghi, also PhD candidate at the Scuola Normale Superiore in Pisa. And she's going to talk about Paesi, quasi, senza natura, Noucentisme and Novecento, facing the paradoxes of landscape. Virginia?
So, thank you, everyone. And thank you very much for this symposium. Thanks for welcoming young scholars and for allowing us to be with you today and yesterday. And thanks also for supporting us, which was fundamental. Today I'm going to share with you something which is the beginning of a split comparative research. For my PhD, I'm studying something about landscape in Italy between the two wars. And the idea of today is trying to begin this comparative research between Italy and Catalonia around 1920. Of course, I hope you will forgive me some uncertainties, especially on the Catalan side of this presentation, but I'm really looking forward to hearing comments and advice to go on. As a first side note, when I say landscape today, I mean natural landscape, leaving aside the other topic of urban views. So, as we all know very well, the dominance of human figure in those years characterized classicism and its paintings in the early 1920s. Nevertheless, a certain type of landscape managed to carve out its own space, and the critical debate on the topic of landscape was very lively and articulate. Today, I would like to revisit this debate around and immediately after 1920, through the writings of the protagonists of Italian Novecento and Catalan Noucentisme. Through this comparison, and through the echoes and the resonances, but also the discrepancies between the debate, I would like to use landscape as a lens to go back to many of the topics we mentioned also yesterday and today. I'm thinking about Mediterraneanism, I'm thinking about imperialism, or the cult of personality. And landscape is simply a lens to go back to that. My structure today will be defined actually by a novel that most of you know very well, La Ben Plantada by Eugenio, published as a serial in the summer of 1911 and then as a book in 1912. And as you all know very well, the book is the story of a woman, Teresa, who arrives in a community, in a village of the Mediterranean, and her arrival there changes the life of the village. But besides being a novel and a compendium of Novecento values, La Ben Plantada also has some interesting pages on landscape, which will allow us to follow some and say something about landscape in those years, hopefully. So let's start with a passage. If you follow me with the orange, at the beginning of the story, Dors tells us something about the place where Teresa arrives. And the first thing is that it is not a geographical place. It's not important to name the place. The author also feels the need to specify that he is naming the landscape not because it is essential to the figure, as the Impressionists did, first fundamental thing. The landscape is only mentioned for one reason, because the female protagonist is at its center. She is like an emperor with her empire. Finally, the city, the landscape, has become her garden. So possibly here in this passage we can say it's something about that the debate about landscape is sort of around 1920 is sort of condensed in these few lines. A few years later, around 1920 in Italy, a similar view of landscapes succeeded in the complex task of bringing together Margherita Sarfatti and the conservationist critic Ugo Ietti, who both wrote many texts which echoed this first paragraph we read. The latter, Ugo Ietti, in 1920 drew up his theoretical decalogue for a new contemporary painting and famously wrote that landscape in painting is a slave, a servant, and at best, accompaniment. The key element at the center of this first section of Dors, though, was the opposition to Impressionism, of course, which would naturally find echoes in both Italian pens, Sarfatti and Oietti. Sarfatti would often denounce the Impressionist tradition as the one of the beautiful and raw slice of life, la fetta di vita, naturally in opposition to her Novecento painters. And Oietti wrote that landscape could only be admitted if it was cleansed of speed and of photography, so if it was cleansed of realism and also of his Impressionist side. Landscape could be there only if it looked for the structure, and I would say the face of a country, and this is a very famous expression he said. We don't have time today to go deeper into this expression, volto di un paese, which was a very successful formula at the time. Not only Oietti, but also Sarfatti had contributed to the spread of this expression among the art critics in the 1920s. As early as November 1920, commenting on a solo exhibition in Milan of the painter Gigiotto Zanini, Sarfatti had praised his landscapes, and in particular, the hard, enamel-like clearness drawn with the attention of someone sketching a beloved face. And again, his conscientious, minutious religiosity was conveyed by un volto di puritana austerità. Solidity was the key word to read Gigiotto Zanini at the time. Solidity and structure would be the same words that Eugenio Dors, much later in 1952, in his volume on Gigiotto Zanini, would use for the painter. Structure, used again in an anti-impressionist sense at the time, was also an important word in Catalonia, especially for one painter, Joachim Sunyer. The widespread critical account of him had interesting tangents with what we've said so far. His so-called second life, after his period in Paris when he went back to Catalonia, was soon described as a Mediterranean life, made up of luminosidad, estructura, ordine again. During these years, Suñer would work a lot on the mythology of landscape, a landscape born between Matisse, Cézanne, and Derain, and then re-elaborated back home. The painter's new objectivism, which was soon to be influenced by his move to Germany, Munich, and certainly to Italy, coexisted with his own work, with his work on his own geography at home. Already at the exhibition in 1911 in Barcelona, landscape was a protagonist, and its specific characteristics tell us much about the similarities within the critical debate we are analyzing. His mountains had their own architecture, their own internal structure, their own skeleton. In the monograph by Alexander Plana in 1920, the author was stressing the precise vision of Suñer's landscapes. Again, his solidity, the skeleton, the osada again, and of course, the reading of the solidity and this absence of atmosphere was a way to assess his anti-impressionism. Refusava la tecnica impressionista. Anti-impressionism, or better, the reaction against the previous century, so the reaction against Ottocento, reappeared often also in Dorse's writings and critical texts. And in particular, this happened in relation to landscape. If we have a look at Dorse's monograph on Cézanne, here we read that Cézanne, according to Dorse, develops his landscape out of a precise denial, out of a precise reaction to distinguish himself from Corot and from the vaporous character of Corot. And sentimento flow, that sentimento flow was not compatible with Cézanne's view. On the contrary, Cézanne was remaking Poussin. Only 3 years later, in his famous book on Prado, and in the first edition, Dorse would return to landscape, of course, in relation to Poussin. And if Lorraine was already in danger of romanticism, well, Poussin was the perfect composer, the one who had transformed nature, who had turned the trunks of the Parnassus into pillars. Let us return to Cézanne. Cézanne, for Dorse, was the reaction against the brilliant painting of Impressionism, and Cézanne was a Novecentista. Again, the pictorial values were not only pictorial values, they were esfuerzos morales, moral values, against the contra el siglo anterior, against the previous century. And then, second monograph, there was another painter, a contemporary and probably the most famous living painter, whom Dorse would read in an anti-impressionist function. Picasso's painting was the opposition to Impressionism, and his painting was built on the supremacy of figures over the background. But we'll go back to this soon. Before that, we can go back to La Ben Plantada and to the novel to see if Dorse can help us a bit more and go further after this first reaction to Impressionism that we've seen so far. The novella goes on describing the place where Teresa has arrived, which has the typical characteristics of the locus amenus, but also it's a small town, yet strong, and it's full of a chaste sensuality. And of course, order and chastity are the two key elements which dominate nature. The village, around the village, there is a little mountain of Hellenic taste, though, and the town has beautiful lines and is reminiscent of Bologna and Tuscany. Well, the other key word then is tradition. The link to the Mediterranean tradition and to the Italian Quattrocento, or the Greek world, naturally played a key role in terms of identity. As early as 1910, Joachim Suñer was praised for the character Hellenico of his own paintings. And the issues of identity, nationality, and tradition come to the fore, for example, in the discussion of another key painter in the Italian Novecento, Ubaldo Oppi, who, around 1924, experienced a major breakthrough, coinciding with the Venice Biennale of that year. At that Biennale, though, there were many landscape paintings. More than half of his paintings exhibited there were landscapes. And Oietti was introducing the catalog, so him in the catalog. So the problem at that time was, well, what do we do with all these landscapes by Oppi? And Oietti's answer, he could not ignore them, and in a way we can appreciate the interesting critical operation he makes. What he does, he builds an opposition between Oppi's first landscapes, the one more à la Derain and à la Matisse, à la Cézanne of the first early 1910, to the most recent ones. So on the left you see the oldest, and on the right you see the most recent. Oietti built this opposition to say that Oppi managed to be independent from his French sources, of course, and instead to appreciate Giotto and Mantegna, Angelico and Piero. And of course, this is a very nationally driven critical operation in favor of his most recent paintings. Contemporary critics were reading Oppi again as the triumph of the will over abulia, of order over disorder, of classical over the uncontrolled, above all, of our tradition versus foreign aesthetics. This path of nationality might lead us, but today we won't have the time, to one of the greatest contradictions in Margherita Sarfatti's relationship with the landscape, which is her relationship and rediscovery of painter Arturo Tosi, which was actually rediscovered by her around 1922-23. At the time, he was almost 50. And suddenly, with a critical operation, which was very interesting, she made of him one of the probably the most important landscape painter in Italy at the time. And her critical operation was a masterpiece of diplomacy. In his paintings, there was air, but against Impressionism, bodies did not evaporate in the atmosphere. And of course, this lesson was the lesson of Cézanne, and Cézanne was the most Italian of the French painters, according to Sarfatti. But we don't have time to deal with that today, though it would be, I find Tosi's case very interesting. So let's move back. After anti-Impressionism, after this emphasis on tradition, let's move back to Dors, if we can, to see if we can add a third point, possibly, to this debate on landscape. Dors writes that the landscape where Teresa arrives has nothing special. It has, though, three moral qualities, again, moral: humility, grace, and truth. It's on these qualities that lies the unity of its parts, the unity of the landscape, the connection between the earth, the sky, the sea, and the buildings. A few lines later, just after this paragraph, Dors writes that the most topical pictorial reference for the landscape where Teresa had arrived was Torres Garcia, where, of course, he did not have to mention the French shadow of Puvis de Chavannes. It was not interesting. What he wanted to insist on in his analysis was the unity of the environment, the consonance between man and structures, architecture and geology, the buildings and the rocks. Unity, then, was a moral value, explained well, I think, again, by a passage by Dors on Picasso again. Picasso was a painter who had always been a sculptor. Les choses, things, were much more important than l'ambiance. L'ambiance was the low, cursed, was what must be humiliated. Picasso, il fabriquait des paysages avec les corps. Il made landscapes through bodies. Once again, the contrast was with Impressionism, the contrast was with Impressionism, who, on the contrary, wanted to give the environment a physiognomy to make bodies through landscapes. In this sense, Dors's reflections on the relationship between figures and landscapes in a painting made his position very much close to Sarfatti, and instead drove him away from other Catalan critics of the time. I'm thinking, for example, of Joan Maragall's very famous reading of possibly the most important famous landscape painting in Catalan painting of the time. And of course, I'm referring to Maragall's reading of this landscape, where he said that the woman was the flesh of the landscape. Maragall spoke of a same creative effort that linked the mountain to the curves of the body. His reading of this painting was, of course, eroticized and echoed a pantheism which was unacceptable to Dors and to Sarfatti. The pantheism of Maragall was, the response to the pantheism of Maragall was the unity of both Sarfatti and Dors. Sarfatti, in a writing about the painter Fontanesi, explicitly refused pantheism. And the same did Dors, again in his Picasso monograph, in a deviation on Cézanne, writing that Cézanne was not a pantheist. So unity was the final characteristic that could allow landscape to exist at that time. Unity in the sense that landscape could still make sense if it communicated unity among its parts. A unity which did not have anything to do with a divine connection, but which simply was internal coherence, to give structure to a painting. And around all these words, and around probably contradictions, around unity and pantheism, struttura and vaporoso, scheletro and lumen, I feel the debate on landscape was built and had very interesting parallels and echoes and tangents between the Catalan painting of the time and Italian. And I'm very curious and looking forward to hearing your thoughts about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Virginia. That was fascinating. Next is my dear friend Vinyet Panyella, whom I won't even try to summarize her professional trajectory. I'm just going to say that she was the one who organized the first symposium on Noucentisme a few years ago. And Vinyet is going to talk about Joachim Sunyer and Novecento. Vinyet.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me, Ara and Jordi. It's a very good occasion, an opportunity to present what is a work in progress. No more than that, please. About Joachim Sunyer, because I am working on his catalogue raisonné, but also for explaining his works in the context of the European art. And this is the reason why I thought that it was a very good moment to explore, at least in a first line, what was the connection with Novecento. Then the titles of my contribution will be the following ones, trying to explain where does he come from and where is he going through these years that these are 1918 until 1938. Then Joachim Sunyer was born in Sitges, and his first light was there, but also he explored the first light interpretation beside his uncle, who is one of the most important landscape painters according to the land, to the own land, with people and landscape in this view of union that has been just said before. Sunyer starts painting beside his uncle, but in 1996 he's going to Paris, and then he finds there the modern city. He's very impressed not by the luxury and the light of the city, but with the misery and the poorness that himself can experience. And since the beginnings, he was so poor that he could not buy items for painting, and he started as engraver and designer. With his first money earned with some engravings, he starts to paint canvas, and always putting on the real situation of a city with workers, with women very charged of her work as blanchisses or the marketplaces and so. So it's not the Paris of Moulin de la Galette, it's not the Paris even of Picasso, Moulin de la Galette, it's a very poor Paris looking at the real situation of people, and then he's very engaged with this kind of view. The main influences are not only Stylen, but mainly Daumier, Honoré Daumier. If you remember one of the first paintings that are at Orsay, you can remind the women with the cloths for arranging, and then this is one of the most repeated views of Joachim Sunyer in Paris. But he has the occasion to see there in 1907 the main exhibition of Cézanne. And since that moment, and since the moment that he can know how Gauguin is also painting a very primitive way of light, he tries to achieve a very personal language. And the occasion arrives when he makes his first travel again to the motherland in Sitges in 1918, where he finds a landscape able to be represented under the point of view of the structure on one mind and on the capacity of lyrics and symbolism from the other side. Then, well, I am not going to repeat what has been said here recently, but these paintings are identified as the most representatives of Noucentisme because not only the quality, not only of the structure, not only of discovering a new view on the landscape, but mainly about its own symbolism. You can see Mediterranean, I mean, it's in Tissue collection in Madrid. It's one of the most representative works that has been traveling even in the United States. I think it was traveling to Cleveland, Jordi, isn't it? And also the Pastoral also came there. These are the most well-known paintings of Joachim Suñé abroad, but there are others that should be considered. In 1912, there is a very important point of turning of Suñé because he travels to Ceret and then he can find there the main protagonist of Cubism. He learns again this lesson, not only Cézanne, but only Cubism. And after that, his works are much more structured, not only in this portrait of Totot, it's one of the few works that he did there. Totot is the woman, the wife of the sculptor Manologue. But mainly when he's putting this lesson of Cubism and composition into the landscape. There are also some landscapes in this painting, but in the same sense that Braque did the same thing in L'Estaque. L'Estaque was painted before by Cézanne, but Braque afterwards, about 1907, 8, 9, he's reconverting this landscape in a cubist structure. Suñé is doing the same thing, not only in Ceret, but also in Mallorca in 1915. It's a brief period, but it's more or less corresponding to the reception to the Cubist ideas in Catalonia. So after that, he's called already a classical. But the most important thing that happens with him relating to Italy is the following one. Is his travel to Italy. You know that there's an important tradition of the travel to Italy of Catalan artists, not only of modernists, as Rossinyol did, but also artists and writers of Noucentisme, as for instance Josep Pubiols, as for instance others. But Suñé takes the travel by himself. He was always a very alone person, I have to say that. He did not make a very frequently society life. I have to say that because he has a very lonely character. When then Suñé travels to Pisa, travels to Florence, Rome, Venezia, and other cities, other very artistic cities, but the most important one for him was Orvieto. And in Orvieto, he was very impressed by this final judgment that is in one of the chapels of the Orvieto Cathedral, painted by Signorelli. He was really impressed of those way of representing the human body, and here starts his interest for the human body also as a structure. So this is the great lesson learned in Italy in his first and I think only one travel, but the way of painting of these nudes at the forest or these nudes at the bath, it's not only reminding Cézanne in a certain way, yes, but mainly applying what the Signorelli's view about the human body was represented at this cathedral. This was very remarked by the young receptionist also of Cubism and Futurism in Catalonia, as we will see afterwards. Then Ceret on one hand and Signorelli in the other, they really are turning points an evolution of Suñé's way of painting. So it's not only the Mediterranean, the peaceful, the landscape, the ships and the women, and this flesh of the landscape, but there are many other things. The following moment arrives in this turning point that it's going from the last moment of idealism to the first moment of Novecento. This turning point is remarked by this work. This is Calaforn. It's the view of an ideal landscape of Sitges. The place exists, but the view is not this one. The view is another one. But what he's taking here is this work of Cézanne. By the way, you can see here it at Metropolitan Museum. So the Americans are very lucky to have this work here. And then he takes this kind of structure from the bottom, seeing the rest of the landscape, but not the reality, but the ideal again. The reality here is represented by those people. All of them have our names. They are people from Sitges. They are very simple people because his models sometimes were very, very simple, very humble people. But they are situated here announcing what will be the next step. And the next step will be the view of the human body, not only as a structure, but as a part of the reality. And this is one point of connection with this first Novecento. Here you have another landscape, more or less it's the same place, but also transformed. And here you have the following point. At the same year, 1917, he paints this excellent, wonderful work. It's called the Seamstresses. So he's representing real people also. Any of them are at the previous work, and this is a normally scenario of the house of the auntie of his wife. I mean, she had a workshop, and then there were very young girls learning to make something useful. Well, the structure is fully cubist, and then I think it's the most cubist moment that Joachim Suñé has, because immediately he goes to this way of painting women. 1918, his future wife, Elvira, and the cat. And he represents the moment of a woman is going to be married with him. And it seems that she's really having the idea of what is waiting for her, married, with children, with another kind of life that he was going to start in a new life. I mean, it's a very realistic, but also it's a very classical view, not only statical, but classical view of what is calm, what is sweetness, what is structure, and other characteristics of this primo Novecento. At the same moment, it happens another interesting thing. Suñé is presented by the young receptionists of Cubism and Futurism in Catalonia through this review Trossus. It was published in 1917-1918, and it could be also acquired in Milano or in New York, as you can see the credits there. And he's presented Suñé like the great painting in his last works, like the legitimate continuation of the Renaissance. So it's a great category, but it's a great category linking what Novecento is meaning now for these young receptionists of Cubism and Futurism. And then, again, in another number, they say Catalonia decisively enters the great pictorial route with the work of Joachim Suñé. So he has already consecrated as the most important one and the most representative of this new way of painting according to this new classicism view. And the reception is also made in other publications. How do we receive the Novecento as classicism in Catalonia? First, with this number of La Matrancada that Javier has explained so well. But also there's another small review that is quatre coses, 4 things, it's almost nothing. And then you can see here 2 interesting paintings. This is Suñé, one of the first nudes he's doing at number 10, and at number 12 you have this splendid Ubaldo Oppi nude. Oppi is one of the most, let's say, well-known painters in these small reviews. And then the publishers, they try to introduce him through the qualifications of the most important critical lines written even in Italy by Giardini and others. You can see them here. Well, then, since that moment that Novecento is received, and since this moment that Suñé is turning his face and his interest to this way of realistic and putting the human people at the center without landscape in this way, in the center of his works, he develops during about 20 years several subjects in a very preeminent way. He paints sometimes some landscape, but in a very residual way. The main thing is to paint the subjects that he's interested about. And these are maternity, women, men, children, naked, without landscape sometimes, or with a small landscape behind, nude and nature compositions, family scenes, offices, and still lifes. I have made a small choice, not very complete, of some of them to make you know how is it developing, how is he working in a very parallel way as the first Novecentis, as primo Novecento. Then this is the maternities. Maternity, it's an item that it's going to be painted by Suñé along all the decade of the 20s, not only for family reasons, but also because he likes to do that. Here you have his wife with the second child, Jaume, but it remains a lot this Guido Severini maternity, who is one of the first Novecento maternities I could find. Picasso paints a lot of maternities in 21. This is one of them, but I am not going to go back to Picasso. But it's just to know, to let you know about this way of doing and remarking the importance of the human being, mainly women, but also men. For instance, the following one are men and also portraits. Then another painter that could be considered besides Suñé is Achille Funi, and another is Felice Casolati. There are some other else Novecentisti artists that could be considered besides Suñé as I should see at my paper, but I think I have no time. So you can see one of the last compositions with some kind of cubist structure, but going back to a most classic view of the portrait of Joachim of Josep Maria Junoy, one of the most important criticals of the period, painted by him, or this girl of 1928, something to see with this Achille Funi Umberto Notari, or with this Casolati with Elena Rigotti. See, we could establish a lot of parallel views, but I hope to do it in future occasions, because there are many materials I could find about that. One of the most important views also of him is the, let's say, what families and professions are. This is called My Family of 22, and this is a fisherman family of 31. Suñé, in spite of structure, in spite of, let's say, this more or less street view, he never leaves the realism, and he never falls into what would say metaphysic paintings, as we have seen here previously. So there's always a very strong link with reality, but it's a reality passed through these ideals of what was this first Novecento, and I am going to point out them, because wow. I think that they are important because they are taken from one of Sarfati's principles. This is, Genesis was a question of style, and characteristics were expressively harmony, concreteness and simplicity, clarity of form. Classicism is strictness, discipline, composure, firm shape, austere posture, order, and severity. All these characteristics, you can find them in Suñé paintings of this period of 20 years. The following view are nudes. And nudes, you have seen the previous one of Umberto Oppi. This is another with a landscape behind. Here you have a view of a very realistic and sensual nude of Suñé. These are real women. They are not flesh of the landscape, they are flesh of herself. And then her nudes are really charged by a character of sensuality very strong, in spite of this, let's say, view of calm and view of classicism. This one is one of the most, I think, representative ones. It's called Empordanesa. I don't know who is she. But it's a recent painting of our National Museum. And all of this gives you the idea that the links between Novecento are strong, and this is a lot to explore about that. Then the reception of Suñé in the period of these 20 years is extremely huge. Javier has told about his reception in Madrid. I have to say that Javier, that Eugenio has written much more about Suñé in Madrid than in Barcelona. And this is, I asked me why. There are a lot of things to think about that. But here there are the monographs and some covers of some reviews, so important as the Sidella of 27. And this line is not finishing until the Civil War. Even during the Civil War, Suñé is considered the youngest, spirit of our contemporary art. This was written in 1937 by Joan Merli in one of the books of propaganda of the Catalan artists during the Civil War. He had to run away, exiled in 1937, but he could not return until 1942, when everything changed. And then he remained painting figurative works with women, with another kind of landscape, changing not the style, but some kind of view about life and about people. And I am not going to go through that. 22 minutes. For finishing, I leave you one of the most charming portraits of a woman, of a real woman of 32, painted in 32, but using some words of Eugenio relating Casorati's success in the Biennale of Venezia. And I think that these words could be applied also to Joachim Suñé, when Or says, art is an effort executed according to a personal intuition of order about the outer world which is disordered, and then a personal and arbitrary reconstruction of reality. I think that this principle, written by Ors in 24, when he's out of Catalonia, is still a valid way to explain what was the link between Noucentisme and Novecento relating to Pintor Joachim Suñé. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinyet. Thank you very much. Last in this session is Dr. Sarah Linford from John Cabot University in Rome, who's going to talk about valori plastici, premises and arguments in interwar modernism. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. I'd like to repeat the great thanks and gratitude to the organizers for what is turning out to be a very interesting couple of days in your company with both old friends and colleagues and new ones. So thank you for doing this. It's actually been wonderful for me to discover certainly some of the Catalan connections, which I hope will grow. I'll be talking today, obviously, about valori plastici, which I think has gotten somewhat short shrift, perhaps, in the past couple of days, in that it's been mentioned, but it's not quite the same as the Novecentisti, and it's not quite the same as the Milanese situation. And while other incursions into things like Rome and Paris have been made, one of the things... Non si sente nulla? You can't hear anything? Oh. That's because I'm short. Who are all these tall people? All right. Thank you. Is that okay? Yeah. All right. Thank you for telling me. Valori plastici has received somewhat short shrift, in as much as I expect that it played not just a determinant role, but actually has different characteristics than the Novecentisti in Milan. And so it's a little bit to talk about the kind of Roman situation, but especially from the point of view of the historiography, if you will, of the very early return to order, that I'd like to make a few remarks of somewhat a different nature, perhaps, than the wonderful in-depth examinations that we've seen so far. The title of my talk today, Premises and Arguments, is kind of a loose translation of Premesse and Svolgimento, taken from Mario Broglio's article for the first issue of Valori Plastici of November 15th, 1918. And the full title is actually Pittura Ultima, so the ultimate or most recent painting, Premesse and Svolgimento dell'Impressionismo. You will have heard that it has to do with premises and arguments, or at least déroulement of Impressionism. By this founder then, or rather perhaps co-founder of the periodical, and not least of all, impresario to the many exhibitions and editorial projects, especially monographs, that would continue well past the 3 years that the periodical lasted. Broglio evidently meant his first essay to be the beginning of a kind of history of modern art as a way to reorient in the immediate aftermath of the First World War. But this article, like most of Broglio's articles in Valori Plastici in this 3-year period, announced that its conclusions and positions are to be explained and argued in further essays that never really materialize. And this is the first problem that we have with Valori Plastici, is that Broglio is constantly announcing future big theoretical texts that somehow never really crystallize. We'll talk about that in just a minute. In any case, in addition to that title for this talk, I'm of course using as a kind of background a self-portrait of Broglio, which I hasten to add is much later. It's from 1938, when he had, of course, finished printing the periodical, but remained very, very active, both in the kind of Valori Plastici group of sociability in Rome, in Cuneo, and in Paris, of course, where he moved in 29, which nonetheless is important, I think, for me to illustrate the way in which he federated a kind of very loosely defined group of friendships and discussions through the publications for 3 years of the periodical itself, through the exhibitions, about which some work has already been done, not by me, and of course the very, very active publishing house, especially for monographs, well through the Second World War, and in fact beyond. The co-founder, who gets short-shrifted too in the story of Valori Plastici, Edita Valtorevna von Zurmühlen, who frequently continues to use at least part of her last name even after she has married Mario Broglio, is no more helpful to define any kind of coherent line. She doesn't provide any kind of theoretical essay or scavalatura or échafaudage or serious theoretical kind of article until much later, really, and certainly is present mostly in her paintings and drawings in the Valori Plastici 3 years. In any case, in that sense, as in many others, valori plastici is a kind of funny fish. And I'm showing you here quite simply as a kind of filler the first and last table of contents for the first and last issue. Valori plastici is certainly cited by many artists and art historians then and now as a major, if not sometimes the major organ of the ritorno all'ordine, but it eschews easy categorization as concerns both its artistic and larger cultural and political positions. And to this sense, its contribution to interwar modernism is frequently partial or perhaps oversimplified in the secondary sources or secondary literature. In his landmark study on valori plastici from 1981 and in the selected excerpts reproduced in the Quadriennale exhibition of 1997-1998, Fossati justly affirms VP's particular position, its ruolo particolare, its particular role, as being, quote, abbastanza nota e letta e diffusa da costituire la presenza più importante e più significativa dell'intera cultura figurativa nell'arco fra anni 10 e 20. In other words, as being not only sufficiently known and sufficiently read and sufficiently distributed that it is able to constitute the most important presence and the most significant presence of the entire cultural figurative landscape in the period between the 19-teens and the 1920s. And yet, I'm arguing, but only very schematically today, I'll try to be good about being within my allotted time, that the positions, roles, and sociability of valori plastici remain largely understudied. I know that's a little bit of a provocation, but it's the reasons, really, why it is either partially understudied or oversimplified that are going to form the bulk of my talk, of my short talk here. I will start with two of the reasons why I think that the valori plastici secondary literature is so problematic, relying not only on materials cited by Fossati, of course, or Fagioli dell'Arco, or their subsequent use by Storchi and, of course, many others, but also on the Fondo valori plastici that entered the historical archives of the NIAM, or the National Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Rome in the 1990s, as a gift of Mario's widow, Edita Broglio, let's say, of those over 6,000 documents that are not entirely cataloged and that I have not finished working through. All right, disclaimer. Nor, in fact, the very private archives of the Savigno Eredi, which are still in private collections off of Piazza di Spagna, and that include many interesting letters and correspondence, among other things, to distinguish, let's say, among other things, Savigno's position from someone like Broglio's. Okay? So this, too, is a work in progress, and I thank the previous speaker for making that a possibility. Okay. The first historiographical problem, then, is that valori plastici is repeatedly called the primary organ of arte metafisica by Fossati, among others. I'm not suggesting valori plastici is not crucial to studying arte metafisica or De Chirico's evolving position from the late teens to the early 20s, but that valori plastici far exceeds De Chirico, and that its positions cannot be conflated with De Chirico's, which there, are many of, and they continue to evolve between 1918 and 1922. Furthermore, the year 1918 has been noted, among others, by Fossati, a little bit late in the chronology of arte metafisica. As we know, a lot of the theoretical texts and really the original kind of statements certainly have been set up in Ferrara. And by late 1918, I would argue that there's already a transition towards something entirely different or entirely new, that's at least in the process of being thought out. So for those reasons, to begin, I think conflating, as often is the case, valori plastici with early metaphysical arts is problematic historically and also theoretically. So while landmark essays, of course, such as De Chirico's Ritorno al Mestiere and its famous ending, Pictor Classico Sum, and other key De Chirico essays are indeed published in valori plastici, it's, once again, a mistake to make valori plastici a mere organ of De Chirico, or even to think that his texts are representative of the Broglio's enterprise, or even, actually, to rely on his brother Savigno's texts and even perhaps on Cara's position to identify some sort of common valori plastici line. It's a mistake to conflate their respective positions, De Chirico, Cara, and Savigno, not least of all because, as I have said, they are often at odds, and further, each of these authors, and sometimes artists, evolves very much between 1918 and 1921. Carla does inaugurate the first issue, yes, but as Broglio's awkward solution to what to start with for that first issue of Valori Plastici. De Chirico had prepared a kind of manifesto-type prologue, which Broglio refused and never published. It remained in his drawers. In the second issue, dedicated to Cubism and coordinated by the tandem Broglio-Severini, a diplomatic imbroglio occurs upon their refusal to publish Breton's poem dedicated to De Chirico, right? So what I'm suggesting is that there's two refusals of De Chirico to stand in as the emblematic figure or theoretician or even a practitioner of Valori Plastici through these two events. Broglio, while he was, of course, friends with De Chirico, and while the latter is amply reproduced, though not for his most characteristic and sort of early metaphysical work, disappears largely from the illustrations in the latter issues, again, in this short 3-year period. And while Broglio relies on De Chirico and Savigno's texts, he does so for them to be the loci of discussion. In other words, as things to draw in conversations from a number of art historians, artists, both in Italy and abroad. In other words, they serve as kind of, let's say, magnets, if you will, for a larger discussion that I think the Broglios are trying to spur on. And Mario Broglio frequently invites other artists, critics, Italians and not, as I said, to discuss the many theoretical texts published by that great variety of authors. Witness De Chirico's article on the Seicento in the second to last issue, Broglio states that it is an occasion to invite and, in fact, to encourage a variety of responses and debates, and he publishes 9 of these, including, of course, Margherita Sarfati's. So there is no coherent theoretical framework, none that announces or punctuates or concludes the journal, and that lack of a kind of coherent line, precisely in a moment of a call to clarity, is certainly perhaps one of the reasons why Valori Plastici is slippery, and perhaps, too, one of the reasons for its short life. In the context of the polyphony of the late teens and early 20s, one could see how it would be tempting to align it with, for example, Arte Metafisica, but I think that this is a misreading. And this erroneous conflation in an Anglophone context is difficult not to see, in part at least as a kind of consequence, of course, of Barr's or even Greenberg's modernism, as a kind of shorthand to illustrate this point, of course. I'm showing you the cover of Cubism and Abstract Art, and of course, of the second of the series of exhibitions that Barr organized at the Museum of Modern Art, Fantastic Art, Dada, and Surrealism. As we know from this extremely widely reproduced image, you do have purism, you do have some sort of abstract surrealism, but there is no place really in this kind of tandem or in Barr's conception for anyone other than De Chirico. In fact, in the second of these two exhibitions, the Fantastic Art, Dada, and Surrealism, we have in the press release that the 20th century pioneers are Chagall, De Chirico, Duchamp, Kandinsky, Klee, and Picasso, after which he goes through Dada and Surrealism. And while we know that a lot of the works that represent De Chirico were actually in Mario Broglio's possession, as you can see here, I'm going to show you with my little arrow, The Enigma of the Hour of 1914, or The Sailor's Barracks, but also Hector and Andromache, and then, of course, all of the pencil drawings. The point is that, to some extent, that is the only presence of any form of Broglio or Valori Plastici, and it has been occulted, if you will, by the incredible, let's say, charisma, in any case, visibility of De Chirico by the 1930s in New York. In any case, the consequence of that is, I think, wiping out anything in Valori Plastici that is not De Chirico specific, at least for an Anglophone audience of a larger public, not you, of course. Yeah. It is, too, in this chronology that Barr provides, that De Chirico is situated, along with Cara, as only of the period 1915 to 1918, which makes it difficult then, since Valori Plastici, as I've mentioned, gets initially published after that, to have any kind of role in that return to order, that return to figuration, which he otherwise recounts through a kind of incredible sort of history of art since about 1450 to 1936. In other words, in that sort of overarching, inexorable, and somewhat teleological account that Barr, yet again, provides in this second exhibition, there is really no room for any form of return to figuration that is not entirely about metaphysical art. And so, while purism is to some extent possible because it has an expected and, of course, explicit relation to Cubism, that is not so easy to argue in New York, certainly in the 1930s. Thus, what I'm suggesting is that despite the fact that a number of the works that were on loan for this exhibition were on loan from Mario Broglio, with the help of his New York-based social or colleague and recent financier of Valori Plastici as an editing house, Mario Girardon. Mario Girardon acted as both kind of U.S. dealer for and as one of the three, let's say, financiers, if you will, of Valori Plastici, but starting in 1922. So there is a kind of reduction, if you will, or a simplification to the way in which Valori Plastici is able to act in an Anglophone context, certainly in the 1930s, and ultimately then gets equated with arte metafisica, despite a great variety of positions and debates. In an Italophone context, the reasons for Valori Plastici's art historiography are different. It's not about the MoMA, it's not about Barr, it's not ultimately about high modernism, as we all know it quite well. When Valori Plastici is not overshadowed by De Chirico, as is frequently the case in Fossati's texts, it is frequently overshadowed by Sarfati and the Novecentisti from Milan. Although I think that if one's object of study is the European avant-garde classicism, then the Broglio's continued engagement with French and German and Croatian and Russian and Dutch and English and Iberic contexts, and of course the practices of figuration, of modern classicism, of construction, etc., all the things that have been recurring themes in all of our talks, is maybe even more generative, or at least as generative as Sarfati's criticism. But the problem is that, again, only 15 issues of the periodical itself were published. And while he remains, or while they remain, the two Broglios, important as a cultural hub and as publishers, the impact continued through the war and beyond, but specifically about monographic artists in a way that provided no proper kind of theoretical methodology for thinking about the return to order, the ritorno all'ordine, or more generally even avant-garde classicism. Thus, part of the problem in an Italian historiographical context comes, to my mind, from the specifically Roman situation of the late teens and 20s and even the 1930s. On the one hand, there is no equivalent in Rome of Sarfati, and there is no strong tutelary figure that can play the same role in Rome as is the case in Milan and perhaps even nationally. This might explain why, on occasion, Valori Plastici is, I would say, engulfed by a label that doesn't make much sense. And I found it very interesting in the talk that was given by Javier, that it would be also the case, perhaps in the Catalonian context, that these would be perceived as a kind of unicum, where I think on Italian soil, at least in the late teens and 20s, according to the Broglios, these were extraordinarily different kinds of tendencies of the return to order. But it is something that is a kind of shortcut that has been taken, among others, by the Museo della Scuola Romana, which is, amusingly, in, of course, the Villa Torlonia, where Mussolini paid the symbolic rent of one lira rent. That is a misreading of both groups. I think if you look at the cartella or the wall text that is provided as a kind of orientation to the collection of both the museum and of the Scuola Romana archives, you'll find a great variety of approaches. I mean, it's not just that there's Guttuso, which is weird, but it's also that you have everyone from people who are still working in some sort of late kind of almost German expressionist phase, to people who are very much about the kind of magical realism, to others who are from the Scuola Romana, understood as the Scuola di Via Cavour itself, which of course is deeply antagonistic to Valori Plastici. In other words, there is a kind of homogenization, if you will, in this kind of Italian historiography in which, if it happens in Rome, we can call it Scuola Romana, which is very different from the way in which the notion of the Scuola di Via Cavour or the Scuola Romana was being used, certainly by critics like Longhi, who supported the Scuola di Via Cavour, and certainly by the artists who represented it on either sides, either of Via Cavour or of Valori Plastici. So, this sort of engulfing Scuola Romana and Scuola di Via Cavour and Valori Plastici is, again, a reading of both groups. And, again, to make this point succinctly, I show you the Museo Torlonia wall text that's explaining the Scuola Romana with a chronological range and a variety of artists that not only drowns out the specificity of the Via Cavour group and its profound antagonism to and with the Valori Plastici group as a whole, right? The one possible exception I'll get to in just a minute. We know of Scipioni's caricature of Broglio as a mannequin, which is a riffing off of this famous painting by Bartoli of the friends meeting at the Café Aranio of 1930, in which you see Mario Broglio sitting with his back to us. One of the main, let's say, representatives, if you will, of the Via Cavour, Scipioni, makes a caricature of Broglio using this as a way to distinguish himself and really as a way to ridicule what he perceives to be the misguided nature of any Valori Plastici project. We know too, of course, of Longhi's famous satirical dismissal of the Dio ortopedico, in other words, the Chirico, although the relationship between Longhi and Broglio, and Longhi is pictured here, of course, as you can see, is actually a slightly different one. But here again, it should be taken as a sign of distance between the Chirico on the one hand and Broglio on the other, that Longhi can be friends, if you will, and also have frequent hospitality of the Broglios when he goes to Paris, frequently stays with them, and sees them and participates in the Italian painters of Paris, in many ways through the mediation of Broglio starting in 1929, when the Broglios move to the 15th arrondissement, at least in parts. That position that Longhi is able to be friends with Broglio, but of course satirizes De Chirico famously, should give you a sense not just of the variety of positions, but of the fact that yes, there is fundamentally a discord between Valori Plastici on the one hand and the Scuola Romana on the other, in addition to the Novecentisti, of course, from Milan. And another problem then of that is emblematic, I think, of the confusion that persists in some of the Italian language historiography and curation is the quote-unquote solution perhaps found last year in the exhibition at the Palazzo Reale of Milan entitled Realismo Magico, which, while like the 1981 exhibition curated by Jean Clair at the Centre Pompidou called Realisme 1919-1939, Realismo Magico had to its great merit to make visible a number of works that are in private collections or that are difficult to see all at the same time. Their disparity of, let's say, style, but also of scope, is subsumed by a label that is deeply problematic to cover a variety of different practices from the late teens and 20s and 1930s. That label, magical realism, is perhaps best reserved for people like Donghi, but the difficulty of having someone like Casorati here, who's of course, arrested for his anti-fascist views and whatnot, be in the same breath, if you will, as Sironi, I find to be extremely problematic. And I think that though Sironi and the Milanese Novecentisti and that sort of most authoritarian of strands is present in Realismo Magico, it can neither be completely identified nor completely subsumed as a kind of homogeneous whole, which furthermore, I think is complicated by its reference to the Neue Sachlichkeit, of course, and the relationship with Germany on the one hand, and the very, very dicey question of the relationship, of course, of a return to a certain kind of figuration with the fascist ventennio. So I think it serves a number of different, of course, agendas to be relying on the label Realismo Magico and to be putting together artists whose positions, artistic and political, are so widely different. But it does point, I think, to a difficulty, let's say, in a lot of the contemporary not all of it, but a lot of the contemporary historiography in making these things available for study. Where, Broglio, for one, and his review of Sironi's exhibition in late 1919, and this is one of one of the works that is visible in the Realismo Magico exhibition, right? If you consider instead what Broglio says, for example, of Sironi as his sort of rather odd review of the 1919 exhibition of Sironi. Broglio's article begins in what seems to be a kind of almost embarrassed apology for not having reviewed it sooner. And we expect, as readers, to have a kind of the great glory of Sironi be presented as, the solution, and a kind of maybe also kind of moving closer together to certain positions as espoused by people like Sironi. But in fact, if you look at, the sort of the end of the article, Broglio makes and this is pretty rare, his position rather clear when he says, that ma la verità è che come prima si violavano le leggi del giusto metodo, ora si violano quelle delle concessioni delle sue formarsi, volendo credere che il fatto della creazione possa manifestarsi senza lo sforzo della volontà per una specie di oblio dell'immaginazione, con le risorse infine addirittura medianiche e spiritiche del proprio animalità. And this last paragraph is so important that I will also say it in English. Fino a quando non sarà quindi superata la distinzione fra concezione e tecnicismo, until the separation or the distinction between conception on the one hand and technicity on the other will not be dépassé, overcome, thank you, overcome, too many minestroni up here right now, overcome, sino a quando l'artista non avrà scoperta l'identità di questi due fattori dell'arte, sarà sempre, until that is not overcome, it will always be the case, as in Sironi, that in one way or another, people will be kind of lost. They'll be kind of vagare perdutamente, a kind of playing, a kind of game of chance with the important stake of painting itself. In other words, what I understand this to mean is that Sironi, in his inability really to reconcile these two kind of tendencies, or at least to find them intersect in a certain way, is effectively risking the very fate of painting itself. And where he could have been the next big hope, if you will, for a kind of, valori plastici emblem or main figure, that he is in many ways being irresponsible. And I think that there is already kind of a sense of what would be the Broglio's discomfort with Sironi's political situation within a few years that is already palpable, perhaps a few years in advance of all of that. In any case, perhaps the exhibition was a kind of difficult exercise in those varieties of the Italian return to order, but without problematizing it, again, is perhaps a way to clear all of the different artists, whether they are, pro or anti-fascist ultimately, of any associations with the Ventennio. I mean, in the image of Casorati, who was largely the guiding image for the exhibition itself. In both of the cases that I've cited then, of Villa Torlonia on the one hand, and in this exhibition in Milan on the other, valori plastici is very much drowned in the kind of larger and more convenient categories, however they may be historically inaccurate. When valori plastici is a specific object of study, another point of confusion is its internationalism. And to judge this to be a mere pretext for the past and present superiority of Italian art and tradition is, I think, also a kind of oversimplification. The dialogue, certainly of Broglio with the French avant-gardes, is, of course, yes, to situate and affirm the vitality of Italian art, in addition to being, of course, from the very beginning, the market for the valori plastici periodical publications, which are, of course, immediately conceived as needing to be distributed in France and not just translated. In fact, some art historians still get the date of the first issue wrong because there was some problem in delivering that first issue to France, and it didn't ever happen until the very beginning of 1919, and so there's sometimes some confusion on that. But Broglio's is not, unlike Savigno, a kind of dismissal of what Savigno calls the positivist or positivistic materialism that allegedly characterizes French art, both past and present. Now, Broglio's sort of deep connection to France, I mean, certainly Savigno and De Chirico had their own, and we know that they grew up in a largely Francophone context, but Broglio's, I think, relationship to the French avant-gardes and to sort of contemporaries is very different from Savigno's. We know that he studied at the Accademia Belle Arti from about 1907 to 1914, the period in which, as I've written elsewhere, painters frequently attended both the Scuola Libera del Nudo of Via di Ripetta in the morning and the École du Nu at Villa Medici in the afternoons. The French archives, the French Academy archives, fortunately, do still retain many of the laissez-passer from the directorates of Carolus Durand, Bénard, Puech, and Landowski, that whole period during which, of course, Broglio is in Rome and very much going back and forth between Via di Ripetta and the Pincio. We know that Broglio and his wife move to Rue de la Convention the 15th in 1929. We know, too, that his néoclassicisme dans l'art contemporain of the previous year is Broglio's kind of echo and continued friendship with the author of Du Cubisme au Classicisme, or of From Cubism to Classicism, of 1921, of course, by Severini, who I think in turn is responding to the 1920 publication of Denise, Du symbolisme et de Gauguin vers un nouvel ordre classique, in other words, the 1920 publication of Maurice Denise, From Symbolism and Gauguin Towards a New Classical Order, published in 1920, but originally written in 1912. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute, neanche, 1 minute. The very terms in which... I'm going to sum it up. Didn't see time go by, having so much fun. The very terms in which then classicism, Mediterraneanism, and Latinity are discussed in Valori Plastici evolves very quickly between 1918 and the few short years later in late 1921. So while the issues of individuality and dramaticity come up in the early texts, including in the Fini Massime dell'Arte as being the Espressione Classica according to Savigno, with copious references, yes, to Plato, both by Savigno but also by the frequent contributor Maurice Raynal, those are increasingly disappear to make way for the concrete examples of people like Carrà, and of course several versions, for example, of the Figlie del Lot is reproduced both as a cover to Valori Plastici but also as one of the first illustrations throughout. So Carlo Carrà, but also Arturo Martini, who becomes one of the mainstays in terms of the visual examples of what could be Valori Plastici, a kind of ambito. Sofici, Maiol, who one person calls, of course, the person who's able to make the link between Impressionism and Classicism, and even in response to Clive Bell in the absolute final issue of Valori Plastici, Maurice Denis, who of course by then has taken the place officially in terms of the kind of administrative responsibilities that he's granted by the French government in the late 19-teens and early 1920s, is the new Puvis. And something about it which I have written as well. So whereas Puvis, in the 1890s is clearly irrigating all of the sort of different avant-gardes trying to get out of Impressionism, and he is able to, as we know, accumulate a number of different sort of administrative roles, so too Denis is able to do that in the teens and 1920s. And I say that because what we, I think, need to understand about Valori Plastici, or at least what I'm trying to think about, is that as a periodical, and as in its periodical form, it was a locus for these competing and evolving debates about, yes, a number of the things that we've talked about in these past 2 days, the notion of construction and architectonics, the greater or lesser types of idealism, although those do seem to fade away in favor of other kinds of things like Mediterraneanism, and ultimately, not in Valori Plastici, the ethnicization of Mediterraneanism in the term Latinity. We're done. Then I say thank you very much, and it's the impossibility of uniting a theory of avant-garde classicism that does not make it less interesting to study. Thank you.
I mean, what journal during these years does actually have a unified program or ideology? I mean, never mind something like La Voce, which is just a complete, the divergences between, Marinetismo and Futurismo by the Florentines, but even something like L'Esprit Nouveau, right, which is, takes its name from a line by Apollinaire, but is obviously also aligned with aspects of purism and the return to order. So, but I think one thing that might be interesting in this context, far more than Valori Plastici's reception in the United States, is its reception in Spain, where it was a very key link between what was going on in Italy and what, through Dalí, gets taken up in figurative painting in Spain. So we might be able to hear a little bit more about that.
Should I respond?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ara. The use of Fossati is largely to explain the genealogy of a current historiographical situation in the Italian literature, which I realize there are more recent studies, but there is, as I hope to have proven by showing other slides, a kind of continued thinking that there's a slippery slope with metafisici, which of course is defined in many different ways and does not only apply to De Chirico, but that reductionism is operative in a lot of the secondary literature, even since Fossati. So whether it's Savigno defining what metaphysical means or any of the other sort of contributors, it's a slippery slope where ultimately it becomes reduced to the single figure of De Chirico of a certain time. His reception may have come later, but ultimately most of the uses of Valori Plastici done in the secondary literature, even of a more recent bent, still compact it to being, quote, an organ of De Chirico. And I think that's inaccurate.
Other questions?
Yes. Let me ask again about Carrà, because for me, at least to understand Ors is very important, and we don't know what he could have said about him and Chirico. And for me, it's important to answer because this question, because he only wrote about Tozzi clearly. there is a chronicle from someone who attended Orr's lectures in the 1930s, and this is a woman who says that in these lectures, Orr stated that Carrà was Sunyer, which is interesting, so I want you to explain what this might mean, and Tozzi was Togores. And I don't know what he could have said about Chirico. Now, I'm asking also this because of this connection to this book I showed yesterday that Ors was reading at a very early time in his career, and he bought a copy for himself of this book, which was also important for Chirico. So this is my huge enigma that I don't know how to solve. It's a puzzle for me, and perhaps you know how to answer it.
Well, I think if the question is directed to my presentation, I think there are scarce evidence, direct evidence of the knowledge of those, which probably used to mention many references. There are many names of contemporary artists, even from the École de Paris, the Coeval artists from Paris. I think Carrà has the flow to be a very political figure and a representative of the Italian. He was a critic, for example, and as for the comparison with Sunyer and Tozzi Togores, my first thought is about chronology, which might match more clearly like phases of Sunyer, like from post-impressionism to return to order. As for Carrà, had the futurism, the metaphysical, and then the realist period in the Novecento, while Togores, basically, at least in Paris, started as a post-Picassian realist, just as Tozzi basically debuted in Paris in the 20s. So that would make sense for me as chronology. But yeah, considering the absence of the Chiricos and Carrà's monographs has something to do with the Parisian politics, probably, of visibility of groups. And then with the early 30s, the situation kind of changed fast politically in Europe. So I think there are many discourses being interrupted by 1933, also for Tozzi and Italians. I don't know what other can say about that.
If you are asking me about the relationship within Carrà and Sunyer, I should explore much more than that. I think there's something to link about. But after Sunyer, it's Togores. In the meantime, after Sunyer, it's Joan Miró. Joan Miró is taking all this primitivism on Sunyer in his first paintings of 1917 until 1919. And in another way, there are much more people taking this kind of evolution, as Domingo, as Feliu Elias, recently in a great exhibition in Barcelona, and some others. So there's a huge line to explore about that. I have been talking about Sunyer, and I have been avoiding completely the other references because not enlarging my contribution. But I should talk a lot on Dalí. And in this way, there's another newspaper to explore very much, that is L'Amic de les Arts, the conclusion of this reception of new classicism and so on. And there is a very, let's say, controversial dialogue between the German view of Casañas and the French view of Sebastià Gasch, with other views, even the Spanish views. So this period between the two world wars, let's say 1920, 1930, to enlarge it, it's still a period that should be explored until, under many points of view, mainly according to this Italian reception. I think it's a very important point. And it's not only Carrà, there are others. And the role that Eugenio is playing in Italy, not in Spain, it's very, very, very surprising. I mean, it's not France, it's Italy. For him, it's, let's say, coming back to the classical roots and to this Mediterranean, but as we said before, completely avoiding the name of Noucentisme and Novecento. This is for something. But well, we could talk about, all the time about that. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much. That was a great panel, and especially I've got a question for Virginia. I thought your paper was really fantastic. Could you just quickly clarify, because thinking about how Dors saw the landscape, right? And you mentioned order and chastity, but you also talked about the orta, right? And then it made me think too of his Jardín Botánico, which is later, I think it was 1940, which is definite order, imposition of order. But how do you see Dors in the earlier years looking at the landscape?
Well, what struck me was that already in 1912, already in the novel and collection of novel, you found keywords. Keywords, and of course, it's rigid and it's schematic, and I apologize for that, to use keywords to explain something which is more complicated, but it's for sure, it's something which is interesting and makes us think. And so what struck me was how those words were rigid and clarified already in 1912, and how that need for order was something which remained constant in 20 years. And again, 1912, 1930 is the Picasso monograph, so that was striking to me. I don't know if that answers your question, but that was how I intended order or chastity from the novel, which then are words which then are repeated also later in later texts, in pictorial texts, which are very different. That struck me as well, the purpose of a novel and the purpose of a monograph on Picasso. So I don't know if that answers or...
Here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the great meal to Ara and the Casa Italiana. It's my great pleasure I'll be introducing and moderating the next panel, which is Mediterranean Crossings. My name's Bob Davidson. I direct the Northrop Frye Center up in Toronto, at the University of Toronto, and I've had the great pleasure of being colleagues with Ara and Jordi for many years. So, our first speaker is Javier Castañer-Angelet, who holds a doctorate in art history from the Universidad de Girona. He's taught at the same institution as well as in the master's program of Catalan Studies at the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya. His many publications include Josep Paragai, Artista i teòric del Noucentisme, and Josep Paragai articles de combat a la premsa noucentista. His talk today is entitled The Italianness of Josep Paragai. So please join me in welcoming Javier.
Thank you, Bob, for this excellent introduction. Thanks to the organizers for this successful symposium. For many years, I have been studying Josep Paragai, one of the most prominent artists and intellectuals of the Noucentisme. I dedicate my doctoral thesis to him, and I have directed the Josep Paragai Museum in Breda since 2013. I'm very proud to participate in the Third International Symposium on Noucentisme to talk about this Catalan artist who referred to Italy as the brother country of the blue border. The man who said, Italy has split my life in two. The man who, according to Eugenio, was punished for having loved Italy too much. Why? I will try to summarize. In 1915, Giuseppe Aragai obtained a scholarship to travel to Italy. It was his dream. Aragai was very young. He was 26 years old, and the Barcelona City Council had awarded his career in the world of arts. As a cartoonist, he had worked in the most important satirical magazines of Catalonia, En Patufet, Cucut, Pepito, and Picarol. As an illustrator, he had also collaborated in many cultural magazines, and Eugenio entrusted him with the artistic direction of the Almanac dels Noucentistes. His paintings were exhibited in the main galleries in Barcelona, also in Girona. His paintings were temperamental, compulsive, and full of Baroque. His ceramics had also been exhibited in Barcelona, and they were very well received by the public and critics. As an art theorist, he had just published his first essay, La pintura catalana contemporània, la seva herència i el seu llegat, Contemporary Catalan Painting, its heritage and legacy. Thanks to his scholarship, the dream of Italy became a reality in April 1916, when Giuseppe Aragai left Barcelona to make a 9-month journey through cities of Genova, Pisa, Firenze, Siena, Orvieto, Gaeta, Napoli, Pompeia, Roma, Assisi, Arezzo, and Perugia. And in an Italy without tourists and the international context on the First World War, the artist began a journey that would change his life. In Italy, he wrote a travel diary. Aragai, in this diary, explained day by day and without interruption everything he saw in museums, in church, on the street. He described the landscapes, the cities, the people. He analyzed the painting, the sculpture, the architecture, and the urban planning. This document, that has more than 1,000 handwritten pages, is the most important testimony of an intellectual of the Noucentisme in Italy. He tells us, for example, about the intensity of the great Giotto in Assisi, the grace of the Fra Angelico in Firenze, the example of Pietro Perugino in Perugia, the lesson of Pier della Francesca in Arezzo, the simplicity of Gozzoli in Pisa, the strength of Michelangelo, and the elegance of Raphael in Roma and Florence. They are artists who excite him and who, at the same time, make him feel artistically smaller. Aragai, in Italy, thinks about some aesthetic issues, such as the concept of unity of the arts. For him, painting, sculpture, architecture are the same thing and cannot be separated. This idea turned Firenze into a model city. Aragay wanted the Florentine model for Catalonia. He understands the city as the main work of art. This work of art starts with the layout of the streets and squares and the beauty of every building on the on-site. And it continues with the decoration of the halls and chambers. He also vindicated again and again the simplicity and purity of classicism. And he was very critical with some of the Baroque works he saw in Napoli and Roma. Aragay, in Italy, left behind the excess and effects of the Baroque. He reaffirmed his conviction against the avant-garde when he went to a futurist tavern in which Filippo Tommaso Marinetti made a speech at Pergola Theatre in Florence. Aragay was horrified by Marinetti. The futurist leader was ashamed of the classical legacy, and he wanted to burn museums and demolish monuments. In fact, the diary is full of the aesthetic experience that inspired him for future books and articles. During the trip, he maintained a fluid correspondence with the most relevant intellectuals of the Noucentisme. He wrote letters to the poets Carles Riba, Jaume Bofill i Mates, and Josep Maria López Picó, and to the philosopher Francesc Pujols, and also to painters as Josep Obiols, Manuel Humbert, or Francesc de Cisgalí. In these letters, he began his offensive in favor of cultural Italianism before returning to Barcelona. Aragay returned to Barcelona in January 1917. As a result of his Italian experience, he changed the temperamental character of his painting in favor of the serenity, order, and sobriety of classicism. The painting Vacances, holidays, brings together all the essence and the iconography of this new classicism. This influence is also evident in the ceramic panels he made for the Santana Fountain in Barcelona in 1918. The figures he paints at Santana Fountain have the sculptural solidity of the Greek Venus. Aragay's mural painting is also inspired by the great masters of the Italian Renaissance. In fact, all his work received the direct influence of Italy, of the classicism. This change, of course, had supporters and detractors. But beyond the acceptance of his artistic work, it is interesting to underline the role he played as a defender of the Italian cause. He defended classicism in a difficult moment, 1917, when the avant-garde entered strongly on the Catalan wall of arts and letters. With this aim, Aragay gave lectures and published books and articles. Aragay led a radical offensive that positioned him as the greatest defender of the cultural Italianism in Catalonia. For example, in 1918, he published the book of poems Italia, with a prologue by Carla Riba. The poems were dedicated to the cities of Italy that he visited, and they had a strong ideology charge. In 1920, he published the Essai al Nacionalisme de l'Art. Among many other things, Aragay claims the need to have a Catalan national art, Mediterranean, classical, and modern at the same time. He thinks that without a national art, Catalonia would never have fullness as a nation. Catalonia needed a national art in the same way that it needed, for example, to have a grammar, an orthography, or a dictionary for the Catalan language. Aragay thought that Catalan language, because of its Latin origin, had defined our identity as a nation. Catalan art had to the same with the ancient tradition. In this essay, he developed the idea of the artist as the builder of the city, and I also dedicate a chapter to the exemplarity of Italy and criticized Cubism, Futurism, but also Romanticism, Neoclassicism, and Impressionism. To illustrate this Italian offensive a little more, Aragay gave a lecture in Barcelona in which proposed the construction of a Roman arc in Catalonia Square in Barcelona in order to visualize the aesthetic victory of classicism in our country. The lecture was published on the front page of La Publicitat and generate a great discussion in the Catalan press. Between 1970 and 1920, Aragay published many articles that fueled the aesthetic debate between classicism and avant-garde. In an article entitled Elogi a l'alta originalitat, praise to high originality, Aragay talks about the originality that elevates, intensifies, and orders. This is classicism. Against to originality that degenerates, discomposes, and annihilates. This is avant-garde. One last example, this list is endless. In 1917, there was a great exhibition of French art in Barcelona. The works of the Impressionist painters were exhibited there. Degas, Monet, Manet, Pissarro, Daumier, Cézanne, Renoir. Although the exhibition had excellent reviews, Josep Aragay was the only one who published a negative review in the press. For Aragay, Impressionism was a foreign school, an enemy of structure, and chaos of colors. Aragay only saved Renoir and Cézanne. Renoir for his infinite sweetness, Cézanne for his solid forms, the stability of the bodies, and his link with the Mediterranean. Faithful to his ideology, Aragay became one of the most controversial and compromising theorists of the moment. But Aragay was left almost alone. Italy had changed his life. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Bueno, gracias, Javier. Thank you. Our next speaker is, let me just get this down. We've got Mireia Freixa, who's professor at the University of Barcelona and director of the research group GRAC-MON, member of the Real Academia de las Bellas Artes de Sant Jordi. She's also author of, among many other publications, El Modernismo de España, Pintura y Escultura en España, Carlos Reyero, Luis Mucuni, arquitecta. She's also the lead researcher in the Open Access Modernisme project. Her talk today, which was co-authored by Marcel Comte, is Monumentality in the Mediterranean, Private Garden, the case of the Masia Freixa in Terrassa and the Villa Casals in San Salvador.
Gracias, Bob. Thank you, Jordi and Ara, for organizing this nice symposium. I wrote this paper with Mercè Comte Barceló, that she's a specialist in gardens, and now is doing his PhD in the same subject. In Noucentisme, an aesthetic of Latinity was defined as a broad classicism incorporating both Renaissance and Neoclassicism models, but also integrating the Greek and Roman tradition. In this talk, we want to describe how these aesthetics influenced garden design in the so-called Mediterranean garden. The European garden we definitely leave behind the French and British models, and what was known as gardenesque. Al micro. I think the problem is I'm so short for the micro. Now it's better? Yes. That's the gardenesque model. As you can see, gardenesque is a speciative word. It's a mix between French models. Between the French model, you can see French model in Chiswick House. It's here, that's the French model. Oh, no. Aquí que fet jo ara. That's the French stitch of the garden, and that's the English landscape, and that is the gardenesque. The gardenesque is a mixture between the two styles. It's an eclectic garden that combines the two styles, the main characteristic of which is the inclusion of exotic plants. Instead, the Mediterranean garden sought the integration of local vegetation based on regular designs and the desire for the monumental achievement with sculptures and other elements drawn from the classical tradition. This concept of Latinity is defined as a broad classicism in a kind of confused amalgam, and this confusion is the prerogative of both the clients and the designers or gardeners themselves. If you have to speculate about a possible relationship with the Novecento Italiano, in all honesty, the answer is that our protagonists, Raphael Benet, Ivan Sales, and Antoni Puiggaidal, the two designers of the gardens that we analyze, probably have no knowledge of what this movement meant. The Novecento Italiano was not incorporated in serious way in the conception of the Mediterranean garden. Simply put, clients, designers and gardeners were only looking to realize in gardens what is a beautiful fashion at the time. But evidently, they participated in the aesthetic of sensibility that comprised the French Retour à l'ordre, the Picasso's classical period, and the Novecento, of course, the Novecento. You want to analyze two examples for two different reasons we could quote strongly. Firstly, the Masia Frescia in Terrassa, 1915, a project of the painter and art critic Raphael Benet, and probably one of the first gardens which can categorize as noucentista. And secondly, Villa Casals, that Antoni Puiggairall built as the summer house of Pau Casals on the beach of San Salvador, 1932. The archives of Terrassa, the Benet collection at the Biblioteca de Catalunya, and the Pau Casals archives, preserved in the Archiu Nacional de Catalunya, give us abundant information for this research. These are two gardens designed nearly 2 decades apart, at the beginning and the end of Noucentisme, that were both given in a similar monumental treatment, but with some interesting nuanced differences. In the Masia Frescia, there were versions of copies of Italian and Greek sculptures in somewhat arbitrary manner, whilst Villa Casals, in contrast, followed a predetermined and more cultured model. I want to start by summarizing the main theoretical basis. We have to start our discourse with the personality of Cebrià de Montoliu, who introduced in Catalonia the notion of garden city, defined in 1902 by Eisenhower. The garden city was a project connected with utopian socialism, with its main characteristic being that it constituted a unit both production and housing. In 1912, Montoliu promoted the Garden City Civic Society, which published the magazine Civitas, Butlletí de Propaganda de la Ciutat Jardí. Montoliu was a keen promoter of British culture and translated John Ruskin's works into Catalan. Inspired by this British philosopher, he argued that a new aesthetic would only be possible if they were accompanied by a profound social reform. He made a broad interpretation of Howard ideology, while also absorbing other influences, including the anarchist geographer Élisée Reclus and notably those of French reformism. But in 1920, Civitas embarked on a second period with a far less radical approach that caused disillusionment on Montoliu's part and led to resignation as the magazine's publisher and also as the leading light of the Garden City movement. To fill the vacancy, the architect Nicolau Maria Rubió i Tudurí was appointed as the new secretary of the Garden City Civic Society. Montoliu, seeing the impossibility of his ideas and aware of the project of the garden would not be developed, went into self-imposed exile in the United States in 1920, where he worked as a teacher until his death. We must now refer to Joaquim Folch Torres, the one who first proposed that gardening should be considered as an art. On his study trip throughout Europe between September 1913 and November 1914, Folch regularly sent chronicles from Laveu. In Paris, he discovered the Musée des Arts Décoratifs and about an exhibition with the French landscaper André Lenôtre that led to his article. He dedicated it to the most important Noucentista theorist, of course, Eugenio, initiating a dialogue with him through Le Pagine Artistica and the Glossari. Ors himself had written years before, in 1907, about the modern garden in a glossa in La Veu de Catalunya, mentioning the Mannheim International Garden Exhibition. In the 1913 article, Folch incorporated an anthropological vision inspired by the Catalan Masia, in which the local vegetation and the irrigation system, following the tradition of the so-called Hispano-Arabic gardens, played a fundamental role. With great success, he promoted campaigns in La Pagina Artistica with a sequence of articles regarding the history of the gardens of France and Italy. And he claimed, as part of the old tradition, certain beautiful Catalan gardens, such as El Laberint d'Horta, or those depicted by Torné Esquius in the album of drawings El Dorsus Indrets de Catalunya. Here you can see the pieces and the side by side with the old photographs. I think, Mita, you use the same image. Rubió i Tudurí, for his part, was a key person due to his position as Barcelona municipal architect for parks and gardens. He was a disciple of Jean-Claude Nicolas Forestier. Let's remember that Forestier resided in Barcelona between 1916 and 1918, working on the international exhibition project in the Montjuïc Gardens. Rubió, with Forestier's decisive support, was appointed as a Parks and Gardens director in the Barcelona. From this new position, he led a complete remodeling of the management of the city green areas, and he developed a system based on the integration and connection of the parks and private gardens through green avenues. The idea was to include both public and private gardens as parts of the same network, into which streets and their trees were also being integrated, becoming a sort of the green road network. That was the concept of public beauty that Rubió y Tudurí and his Noucentistas colleagues tried again. The Noucentista garden pursued above all a certain monumentality in the private garden and a simple ornamentation on the public one, blurring into boundaries between one and the other. Feliu Elias justified this unusual and bourgeois image of the city in its essential book, La Escultura Catalana, in which he insisted that the new city should not be a monumental one, but a city for the citizens, embellished by ornamental elements. The concept of public beauty involves the artist contributing to the work of forming the ideal city with mural painting, public statuary, garden art, and artistic crafts. Josep Aragall expressed in 1920 els artistes han de ser els constructors ideals de la ciutat. La ciutat és la primera obra d'art que comença en el traçat dels carrers i places i acaba amb l'embelliment de cada un dels seus edificis per fora i continua per dins amb l'embelliment de cada un dels seus salons i de cada una de les seves cambres. Rafael Benet, for his part, contributed with a reflection about the modernization of Catalanization of the new gardens, recalling the canon of la noble tradició catalana tan abundant a la nostra Catalunya, a look to the past, but through a clear call for the action for the future. The position is very close to Latinism, a concept developed, as we have already said, by Nicolás María Rubió y Tudurí. The private garden should be monumental, for which it was necessary to embellish it with sculptures. We will see this embellishment through works of these two examples that I propose to you. The first is the Masia Freixa in Terrassa, when the industrialist Josep Freixa i Javier, he owned an extensive lands on the outskirts of the city of Terrassa, where he planned to establish a new textile factory that at the end of the 1905, it was agreed to turn into family home, and the Gaudinist remodeling was entrusted to the architect Lluís Moncunill. In this first stage, the garden, that's the first garden, in this first stage, the garden began to be planted based on the standard design at the time, the gardenesque taste. But around 1915, an important change was implemented to the property. An English estate chalet was built within the enclosure, and the old construction was expanded by the same modernista sensibility. At this time, the planting of the garden of the esplanade accessing the house was started, based on the design of Rafael Benet, with a very different taste with the house. Is just this here. That is the Noucentista garden and the Art Nouveau house. Vinyet was a promising young artist, nephew of Joaquim Balcells, the great landscape painter from Terrassa. Vinyet staged an important exhibition in 1916 at the Galeries Laietanes in Barcelona, in which he presented the garden designs, and he was published in La Veu de Catalunya. The original plan is not preserved, but we have partial description through the budget saved by the artist's files, which describes the vegetation and the amounts allocated to ornament elements. A large number of the plants in the garden were purchased to Aldufreu establishment in Barcelona. Aldufreu is still active, is one of the oldest Catalan gardening companies. We can add that Vinyet had some knowledge of vegetation thanks to his friendship with Artur Rigol, a collaborator with Aldufreu and the future garden director of the Scuola de Bells Oficis de la Mancomunitat de Catalunya, created in 1914. Vinyet's project was ambitious. He designed an oval plaza in front of the entrance of the house, and by means of earthworks placed the garden on a higher level, which is accessed by 5 stairways. From the edge of the oval plaza, 5 converging avenues crossed by 3 concentric paths delimit as many flower beds bordered by low hotbox edges. At the central points were 2 ponds decorated with ceramics, with small frogs and various giant oars decorating the access stairs. In the axis of the main avenue, a small square was left where a few years later a tempietto would be located. Around the oval plaza, trees were planted, and in the flower beds near the house, a rose garden was arranged between small private bushes. The complex was delimited by the edge of topiary planted cypresses, anchored by arcades, behind which was arranged a small forest. Here the contrast between the Noucentista arcades and the Art Nouveau arcs of the house is very, very curious. The classic reproductions is the last part of my apportation. The first piece to be placed between the flower beds on the rose garden was a copy of the Canova Venus Italica reproduced in a smaller size than the original. You have to assume that it was acquired in Barcelona, where various workshops that were dedicated to copying classical works were located there. Canova considered it as a new Phidias, made two prototypes of the Venus, the image of the ideal beauty. The first one, commissioned by Ludovico I, King of Etruria, in the Palatine's gallery of the Palazzo Pitti in Florence. And the second one is a version more simplified. Here you can see, on one hand, it's a copy of the first version, exactly a copy of the first version that you can find now in the Met. And on the other hand is the second version that it's still in England. We have seen another copy of the Venus in the Palazzetto Albéniz. The second element is the tempietto, which is located in the central axis on the rose garden. It is circular in plan, and the dome is supported by 6 white painted cast iron columns which support an hemispherical metalwork home. You can see here another version of the same tempietto in the Peggy Guggenheim Venice and in the Campo House in Barcelona. The rest of elements will analyze were installed in the garden after Raphael Vinyet's project. The most significant is a bronze copy of Donatello's St. George in a similar size to the original. It was placed on a small pedestal on the west side and today is preserved, surrounded by vegetation. Despite the familiar myth about the Italian origin of the piece, the plaster mood was made by the local sculptor Cesar Cabanes, born in Arenys de Mar, but settled in Terrassa, and was cast probably in the Bikini Company in Barcelona. Obviously, the selection of Sant Jordi as patron saint of Catalonia is related to the growing political Catalanism of the industrialists. I'm not going to bother you with another comments about the multiple copies of Donatellos that we can on sale at very high prices. Finally, a sculpture in front of the tennis court was a copy of the Mirrors Discobolus that we suppose made on plaster. Regrettably, this piece was missed. The other several pieces are absolutely minor. I have sent you only simple images. That's the garden, the house and garden, and Pau Casals. Pau Casals' family used to stay in Salvador's Beach, just 3 kilometers from his hometown, El Vendrell, from when he was very young. And later, when his mother and his brothers rented a house. Finally, in 1909, he decided to build himself a small house right in front of the sea, and in 1932, the architect Antoni Puiggaral planned a major renovation in the house and the garden. Some years before, in 1916, Casal, through his mother, had bought an adjoining property where he planted a first garden. According to the monograph of that Alicia Suarez and Merce Vidal had dedicated to the two brothers, architects Ramon and Antoni Puiggaral, the latter had an extraordinary sensitive personality and was very fond of music. Casals and Antoni shared a passion for Bach, and he was part of the board of trusts of the Pau Casals Orchestra and the Associació Obrera de Concerts. The death of Pilar de Filló, Casals' mother, in Villa Casals in March 1931, led to the decision to undertake a major renovation of the house and to renovate the garden, which was conceived as a tribute of his mother. That's a nice. Is the time? 3 minutes. 3 minutes, okay. The beginning of the remodeling of the house and the construction of the garden can be started in the May of 1932. I had its image of Casals about the garden. And we have a multitude of plans, schemes of the facade, the gardens elements, detailed studies, etc., which allow us to follow the garden construction process with precision. It is an enclosed garden, you can see, is an enclosed garden in which the most prominent element is the viewing gallery that occupies the entire front. Outside, that is the pond, there are 2 ponds and the systems of irrigation of the ponds, and the most important is that the idea to put a collection, the Casals collection, on the level part. But Casals bought 2 important sculptures. The first one is this Apollo, that it's an Apollo from Clara. It was bought especially from Casal in the date of 1932. You can see here that Puiggaral designed the exact place to put the sculpture, and the other sculpture is Las Flors de Llimona. That's a very, very important sculpture by Josep Llimona, that it has 2 different places on the garden. That is the first, and that is the second, and now it's preserved in the gallery. That's a little images of the Casals collection. It's very eclectical one because you can see a bust of Fortuny with a very classical images from Llaurador and the other architects. And I finish here, and I promise you to put the conclusion in my paper. Not now because it's too late. Thank you.
Moltes gràcies, Mireia. All right, so our next speaker is Dr. Joan Safon Plumed. He's a well-known public intellectual, journalist, screenwriter, author, and affiliate faculty at the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, who specializes in modern Catalan journalism. He's the author of, among other titles, Sabotatge contra Franco, un exemple de diplomàcia cultural, and Pen català i la internacionalització de la cultura catalana. Today, he will be talking about D'Annunzio's Airplane, the Italian, my thing just went off. The Italianism of the magazine Iberia during the First World War. Please, Joan.
Thank you so much, my dear friend Bob. Thank you so much, Ara, Jordi, to invite me. It's really a pleasure to be here with this distinguished colleague and almost friends in New York. I beg your pardon because I have and I will read some quotes in Spanish, in the original language of the Iberia magazine. I think you can understand me. Quotes as Leopardi, ¿cómo es pasa eso? Leopardi tendría que modificar los primeros versos de su canto all'Italia. Oh patria mia, vedo le mura e gli archi, e le colonne e il simulacri e l'erme, torri degli avi nostri, ma la gloria non vedo. Non vedo il lauro e il ferro onde eran carchi i nostri padri antichi. Sí, ahora podría ver la gloria, el lauro y el hierro de los antiguos tiempos. Podría ver cómo Italia se ha erguido como una sola alma, obedeciendo el influjo mágico de la palabra de un poeta. Porque un poeta ha sido, como en los luminosos días clásicos, el que ha levantado esta vez a todo un pueblo. No ha pronunciado la declaración de guerra, un discurso político, una maniobra financiera. Fue un poeta en la oración patriótica dicha sobre la histórica roca de Cuarto, siendo cada párrafo como una estrofa y siendo cada estrofa una medalla de relieve imprecedero. Ha roto el poeta la cadena que el político había uncido a Italia al yugo austríaco y ha roto en 1000 pedazos rasgados, una vez para siempre, aquel tratado de la alianza tríplice, concertado traidoramente a espaldas del pueblo, que este sí que era y debía considerarse un trozo de papel. Y siguiendo a un rey y escuchando a un poeta, toda la juventud de Italia ha pronunciado la oración, alma terra natia, la vita que miresti eco ti rendo. Que ahora en estos instantes hasta Leopardi es optimismo. Italia se ha levantado en armas encendida de gozo. Se diría un pueblo en marcha con la conciencia iluminada, como si volviera a brillar en el cielo la estrella del pío Eneas, hijo de Venus, la estrella de Augusto, la estrella de Dante, la estrella que brilló en la sombra cuando en la roca de Génova embarcaron los 1000. It's the D'Annunzio's spirit. Hecha queda la unión, y de esta conjunción latina, de esta hermandad mediterránea, apartada España, donde no se ha oído ni la voz del poeta que encendiese el corazón del pueblo con su cálido verbo, como en Italia, ni se ha levantado en lo alto el brazo de un caudillo que guía un ejército como en Francia. Pero una esperanza renace viendo resplandeciendo el culto de la antigua latinidad. Que no se diga, que no se vuelve a repetir la blasfemia que la guerra es anglo-alemana, disputándose entre dos pueblos la hegemonía mercantil del mundo, haciendo servir a los otros de auxiliares y servidores. La guerra de ahora es de predominio de raza, de Germania contra Francia, que encarna en estos momentos psicológicos toda la grandeza y la clara luminosidad del alma latina. No es Inglaterra, es Francia, y ahora se han ido a ella el Lacio. La nuove dei barbari de Carducci resuena con il saluto italico. Io faccio allo stranier che armato campani sul nostro suoli capitale. Italia, Italia, Italia. These are the words of the journalist Roma Jori, published in the Iberia magazine just after Italy entered the First World War on May 24, 1915. The publication had only just started out a few weeks before, on April 10th, under the auspices of a group of journalists intellectuals and artists associated with the Penya Gran, a group of acclaimed men of letters at the Ateneu Barcelonès, with a strong tie to the consulates of the Allied power. With Claudia Mella at the helm, in the first issue, the publication stuck its position on the side of France and England against Germany, staying true the holy Catalan flag. 1 month later, they added the Kingdom of Italy to their side, culminating the discourse of Latin brotherhood that they had championed from the offset. As we have seen, they did be extolling the key role of the poet Gabriele D'Annunzio, played the Italian chef from neutrality to interventionism on the side of the Triple Entente. The Kingdom of Italy, you know, had originally been a member of Bismarck's Triple Alliance. The first references were already made to the D'Annunzio Wars in Quarto is an article by Joaquim Montaner, one week early. However, it was Jory's article, published on May 29th, only 5 days after Victor Manuel III led the kingdom into war, that went into detail on the importance of Il Bate speech in Quarto. This was the place where the expedition of the Thousand had set sail in 1860, led by Giuseppe Garibaldi, the most famous Italian neighbor in Washington Square, you know. The D'Annunzio address was made in honor of the unveiling of a monument to this decisive moment in Italian unification. In front of a crowd of 2,000 people, the most famous writer in the kingdom, its main public intellectual, the poet, playwright and patriot, the man who led the way in ideas and fashions, the leader of the interventionist Italian nationalism, had rose public sentiment with a pro-war tirade against the government lack of decision. Is in Quarto speech of D'Annunzio. Italy's ruling class were reticent to take that step, despite the huge incentive on offer as a territorial guarantees from the Allied. You know, the annexation of Trentino, South Tyrol, Trieste, Istria, Carnaro, Dalmatia, and a protectorate over Albania, their own part of the proverbial colonial pie to be split between France and England if the Ottoman Empire fell apart. His role, the role of D'Annunzio in that radioso omaggio, as he himself would baptize it, would turn him, D'Annunzio, in the walking symbol of Italian interventionism and indirectly of the Italy. Soon, even though he has already in his 50s, his militaristic and propagandistic gestures will see him hailed as a hero. He also had such status among the pro-Allied Catalans, for whom he will become a mythical figure, making frequent appearances in their writings. There is a long-standing relationship between D'Annunzio, a writer of international fame, with literature with Catalonia. Dr. Assumpta Camps Julivert has studied the depiction of the Italian writer in Catalan literature, and she understands the years of the First World War to be the end point to the relationship. In reference to Iberia, following Camps, we can turn to the publication of 3 D'Annunzio's texts on an image of France with a cross, painted by Roman Brooks, translated into Catalan by Pere Prat Gavallí, the Signs, and the Ode to the Serbian Nation, both on which appeared in Spanish, but with no mention of the translator. However, the D'Annunzio presence will go far beyond his letter to Barolo, and he came to be seen as an important intellectual, political, and military figure, often appearing in tandem with all mention of Italy in the weekly publication, which was, as same Britain of USA, of United States, overshadowed by the constant presence of French military, political, and intellectual figure. There were, the references were constant to him in both image and text over the magazine lifespan of almost 4 years. As such, regarding the Italian question, what stands out is a series of articles by the Argentinian doctor of Catalan origins, Ernesto Matons, who served as international correspondent during the conflict, the Andalusian journalist Enrique Fajardo, who went under the pseudonym of Fabian Vidal, and especially the dedication to the question of irredentis Italian by the journalist and writer Antonio Rovira i Virgili, a considerable expert on the matter of nationalism, who wrote the section entitled Ideari de la Guerra, the ideology of war. This all came to a head in August 1918, after the Second Battle of Piave River, when a special issue came out that's what richly illustrated and edited, featuring some of the big names from the Iberia editorial team, ones from the sister newspaper La Publicidad, run by Romajori, other from the team of Spanish contributors such Miguel de Unamuno, and figures from the political and administrative spheres of the Mancomunitat de Catalunya, where Ametlla, Jori, and Rovira i Virgili work as a civil servant or teachers, as well the writer Josep Millar Ruiurell, who submitted a poem in homage to Filippo Tommaso Marinetti. There was significant public debate regarding the figure of D'Annunzio starting from when Italy entered the war. In the glossary column published in La Veu de Catalunya, Eugeni d'Ors, who was pro-neutrality, you know, and was a friendly enemy to the Iberia staff, compared Benedetto Croce, Italy, one of the struggle for culture, one of intimate, serious, silent, effective reconstruction, university and library, humanism and preservation of the monument, roads and police, restoration of traditional thought and inclusion in European unity, school reforms in custom, and also the preparation of the Navy with Gabriele D'Annunzio Italy's perpetuation of traditional vices, one of pomp and circumstance of the camorra, of flippancy, sometimes of banality, negligence and provincialism, fictions of aristocracy and domestic rabble, rose in corruption, Café Aragno in Rome, the Florentine intellectual mafia, Milanese futurism, the Russian of Navy. All in all, he could not be overlooked at Iberia, where the journalist Marius Aguilar would take a stand in defense of D'Annunzio against all those who accuse him of being an unscrupulous writer in pockets of London or Paris. In defending D'Annunzio's honor, to some extent, he also his own defense, his own cause. We can see a clear relationship between the two when Aguilar responds to the intentions of Eugeni d'Ors to publish a newsletter for the Amics de la Unitat Moral d'Europa, the Friends of the Moral Unity of Europe, a very independent publication. It will not visit embassies or consulates, nor will it include adverts from foreign houses. In this Aguilar denied The connection between Iberia and the diplomatic spheres, an expatriate circle in the city, a fact that was clearly proven with regard to Italian, claiming that, bien sabe el vocero de la Unidad Moral de Europa, que el anuncio en escritores nobles como nosotros no resta libertades ni señoríos, y que somos escritores nobles, lo sabe bien el hierofante de la Europa una inmoral, y sentiríamos tener que recordárselo minuciosamente con cierta altanería. El anuncio venga de Tarrasa o de la China, y de ello pueden informarle en la veo, a nada obliga. Acudiría a nuestras planas el del glosario y no influiría en las cualificaciones que otorgamos a ciertas actitudes y a ciertas negligencias de ciertos espíritus que por avatares incomprensibles aparecen ahora como si fueran los de unos malpensados y recelosos confidentes de embajada, que ven en todo escritor francófilo una pluma a sueldo y en todo literato lleno de amores por Francia un pequeño denuncio. He will come back to this matter some months later, accusing Croce of harboring pro-German sentiment, when Josep Escofet repeated the comparison between the two men of letters, praising the philosopher from the Abruzzo. Writing in La Vanguardia, Escofet argued that ni puede extrañarnos su reserva ni tampoco el hecho de que hostigado, provocando por los patriotas vocingleros, haya arremetido contra las pomposas vaciedades y juegos pirotécnicos de Ferrero y D'Annunzio, ocupados en engañar al pueblo italiano patrióticamente. Reference to D'Annunzio, however, do not end here. Some 3 years later, 2 articles will appear. One, signed only with a mysterious S, the other anonymous, commenting on the soldier poet. D'Annunzio Aviador, D'Annunzio the Aviator, published on August 7th, 1915, spoke wonders of the flight over Trieste. El poeta soldado, the soldier poet, spoke of the influence of the flight over Vienna in 1918. As the first article said, Gabriele D'Annunzio, queriendo describir en uno de sus poemas el vuelo de un aeroplano, se sirve de una composición de Homero, realiza en hazañas peligrosas sus obras literarias y traduce en gestos heroicos las proezas de su verbo elocuente. 3 years later, going into more detail, they praised these gestures. Para D'Annunzio comienza la guerra el día en que Italia se decidió por la lucha al lado de los aliados. El poeta, que pasaba de los 50, él considera tan indiscreto decir la edad de un poeta como el de una señorita, solicitó un puesto en las trincheras y a ellas fue con el grado de teniente. Pero ese hombre que ha sabido despertar entusiasmo, que había logrado infiltrar brío a sus hermanos, consideró deshonroso para él la inmovilización bajo tierra y se ofreció para cuantos actos de peligro debieran realizar los soldados. Ese hombre que con sus palabras arrastró a todo un pueblo a la guerra en la que millares de hombres habían de hallar la muerte, no quiso eludirla, permaneciendo alejado de sus amigos, de sus compatriotas que a diario se hallaban en peligro. Fue así que para realizar estos actos que sirvieran de ejemplo, solicitó su traslado al cuerpo de aviación, mas D'Annunzio no puede permanecer inmóvil y cuando en su avión no puede realizar un acto de arrojo, volvía a las trincheras y en estas había lucha. Es así como la ofensiva de Caporetto, D'Annunzio ganó los galones de capitán defendiendo con orgullosa tenacidad un montículo de una horrible tempestad de fuego y hierro. En los largos periodos de quietud que ha atravesado el frente italo-austríaco, entre una y otra ofensiva, el poeta subiendo en su avión o sumergiéndose en un submarino o tripulando un pequeño avión de guerra, demostraba su desprecio a la muerte, explicando los peligros corridos. D'Annunzio ha escrito páginas admirables en las que se leen también los hechos militares en los que ha intervenido. D'Annunzio, combatiendo en avión, ha derribado aparatos enemigos. Aterrizado bruscamente, después de una larga expedición de bombardeo, se hirió gravemente, perdiendo un ojo. Tripulando su aeroplano, se paseó triunfante sobre Trieste, lanzando proclamas en las que se iba expresando todo el amor y simpatía del pueblo italiano por las poblaciones oprimidas. Como tripulante de un submarino, torpedeó naves austríacas y en Bucari y en Pola logró volar las defensas hundiendo barcos que allí se hallaban. Pero no es sola la acción de D'Annunzio. Ha sido él quien ha en Italia ideado la lucha combinada de aviación y de las tropas terrestres. Él quien ha demostrado la posibilidad de una excursión aérea sobre Viena. Voló en un aparato preparado expresamente durante 9 horas, más de 1000 kilómetros, el que con atrevimiento inaudito se expuso a las balas enemigas, descendiendo 500 kilómetros para descargar sus bombas en 3 viajes consecutivos, terminando este magnífico raid con el ametrallamiento de los austríacos a 50 metros de altura, cuando el aeroplano acribillado no pudo retomar el vuelo, el campo de partida, viéndose obligado a descender en un sitio delante del mismo. Il Vate was in this peak. When its task was over, once the armistice has been declared, Iberia realized its last issue on February 22nd, 1919, and did not have the chance to follow, or perhaps never had to follow, D'Annunzio's histrionic peacetime adventures. It will be another writer, Sam Benelli, who would argue that Fiume belonged to Italy is one of the last issues on the magazine, a sorrowful loss that will be seen by Italian nationalism as a mutilate victory. In the special issue on August 1918, Marius Aguilar raises a toast to D'Annunzio, contrasting the poet with the Kaiser Wilhelm II. The article, Diálogo en torno de Italia, said, D'Annunzio, después de sus gozos, ofreció su sangre. Cuando vuelvan los días reposados de retorno de la hecatombe y de la carnaza, D'Annunzio volverá a exaltar el placer y el amor. However, that was not the case. His new position as a national hero and his new role as a military leader would lead him to occupy the city of Fiume with a group of ex-combatants and found the so-called Italian Regency of Carnaro. He led a corporatist and proto-fascist regime as a dictator, and he will end up declaring war on the Kingdom of Italy. At that point, for the former members of the Italian staff of Iberia, liberal Republican Catalanists, who distanced themselves from any fascistic hymns, D'Annunzio was no longer a hero, but rather a boastful, excessive, and delirious character, even the butt of jokes in the satirical press. L'esquella de la torratxa, joke of annexation of Sarrià in 1921, and D'Annunzio after the end of his adventure in Fiume. D'Annunzio was an old friend, better off forgotten. He will not be the only problematic figure for the magazine, which in March 1917 had phrased a certain Benito Mussolini, ex-socialist and interventionist, who was also hailed as a hero after being wounded, which was when they print the first of 2 photos of him to appear in the publication. The other will appear in the special issue. I also explain. In March 1938, when Il Duce Air Force was preparing to bomb Barcelona, his source of inspiration, by then a grotesque and decrepit Prince of Montenevoso, who was not all too happy with fascism, lay dying in his villa on Lake Garda. In spite of it all, the Catalan press gave a literary farewell to a writer who has been dead to them for some time. As Domènec Guansé wrote, he was a ghost. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Juan. Thank you very much. Okay. I think it's safe to say that Dr. Josep Maria Muñoz is a cultural fixture in Catalan letters and also here at NYU, where he served as visiting professor with the KJCC chair. He's the author of Jaume Vicens y Vives, una biografía intelectual, and as editor-in-chief of l'Avenç, he's promoted critical discussions of the humanities, as well as actively contributed to the propagation of monographs and editions through the magazine's imprint. His talk today is entitled Jaume Vicens Vives' Discovery of Italy and the Search for Mediterraneanism.
I would like to thank, firstly, Ara and Jordi for organizing this magnificent symposium. And I'm very especially glad to be here again. In a way, I feel that NYU is also a part of my home. Anyway, I cannot help to feel that I am a bit an outsider today. Speaking of a historian, no, I am not speaking of a history of art. I don't have very nice slides to show to you, even if I have my Venus. But, well, I think that, and especially, I am talking about not in the chronological boundaries of Noucentisme and Novecento, but I'm speaking about the end of this movement because of the war. In this way, I hope that my talk will serve to illuminate some aspects of the things we have been discussing those days. So it's commonly agreed that Jaume Vicens Vives was the Catalan historian Jaume Vicens Vives led the renewal of the Spanish historiography after the Spanish Civil War, fueled by an impressive ambition and working capacity, and despite of a brief career at the University of Barcelona, where he became full professor only in 1948, Vicens Vives carried a genuine fight for history until his early death in 1960. The unavoidable update of Spanish historiography after the trauma of the Civil War took on too many aspects. Firstly, Vicens abandoned the history of the 15th century to inaugurate the studies of contemporary history in Spain. And then, having left behind a kind of institutional history distrustful of theory, he paved the way for the new discipline of economical history. However, through much of his career, Vicens was also a historian in search of a method. His predilection for geography made him a lover of geopolitics in the 30s and early 40s. In 1950, after attending the International Congress of Historical Science held in Paris, he fully adopted the methodology proposed by the French Annales School. In between, in the late 40s, he turned towards Italy, where he sought a renewal which was not only historiographical, but also a political one as well. Given the historical link among the Crown of Aragon and Italy, it was undoubtedly a logical step for a Catalonian historian specializing in the 15th century to go to Italy. But for me, his trip, I will be talking of his trip to Italy in 1949, was a turning point for Vicens, both as a historian and as a citizen. Vicens cannot be strictly considered a Noucentista historian because he was born in 1910, but he participated of the cultural ambience, of the atmosphere of the Noucentista years. This is a very nice photo with, at his left, his future wife, which was a student of him, in the Mediterranean cruise organized by the University of Madrid, where several students and professors of the Universidad or University of Barcelona also joined them to do this mythical cruise in the Mediterranean in search of the ancient roots of the new culture that the Spanish Republic wanted to found. This is my Venus. This when Vicente was get married, he organized a kind of civil marriage at the university, where the dean, the president of the university, Pere Bosch Pere, who was directing the excavation of the archaeological site of Empúries, presented him with this reproduction of this statue found in in Empúries, which immediately became a sign of the Noucentisme. But let's go to the trip to Italy in 1949. The first thing, perhaps, we will say is that at the time it was very difficult to travel. People didn't do things like this, to take a plane and go until New York to talk about Noucentisme, which is crazy. But for them it was really difficult to travel. It was difficult to get a passport in Franco's Spain at the time, and it was more difficult than to get a passport to get money, currency, foreign currency, to travel. You cannot imagine the isolation of Franco, especially in the first decades of the dictatorship. So, Vicente had just returned to the university after being purged in 1941, and in 1948 he gained a position as a full professor at the Universidad of Barcelona. In the spring of 1949, Jaume Vicens made his first trip abroad after the Spanish Civil War. It was 10 years after the end of the war, and Spain was living a climate of political isolation and economic autarky since Franco's allies had lost the European war in 1945. Vicens was traveling to Italy with his master and mentor, Antonio de la Torre, to do some research in the Italian archives, research related to the reign of the King Ferdinand the Catholic, which has focused Vicence's first and controversial steps as a historian. However, as I have said, this research trip to Italy should not be particularly remembered for its relevance in his career as a researcher, but because of his contact with the Italian reality allowed him to confirm the evolution of his thought in the dark post-war years. Vicente spent a whole month in Italy, from April 7 to May 7, visiting Milan, Rome, Florence, Naples, and Palermo. In the final steps of his travel, he sent a postcard from Naples to his colleague and friend, Santiago Sobrequés, where he wrote, I quote, "I have sent and worked a lot. These people are vertiginously, dizzily recovering, and it's a pleasure to be with them." End of the quote. Back in Barcelona, he published an article in the weekly Destino titled A Rediscovery of Italy. Its main idea is that after a careful auscultation of Italian life, I quote, "I am strongly convinced that Italy is recovering with surprising rapidity from the painful wounds with which the last war struck her." End of the quote. And not only this recovery was possible, not only thanks to the American aid. Vicence was a war of the closeness between Italians and Spaniards, especially in the south of the country. Thanks to the historical links of Naples and Sicily with Spain, one could speak of a rediscovery of Italy, a country that feels very close to Spain and intends to collaborate with her in the formation of a robust Latin humanity in the field of letters and in the cultivation of the same spirit. For Vicence, the trip will mean the beginning of a contact with Italian historians such as Niccolò Rodolico, Federico Chabot, Antonio De Stefano, Alberto Bosco, and Alberto Ghisalberti, and the first of a series of visits to Italy through the 50s, invited to give lectures, to dig into the archives, or to attend the conference of the Istituto per la Storia del Risorgimento Italiano. All of the mentioned Italian historians were, for Vicence, a faithful witness that after crossing the stormy sea of the war and disaster, the recovery of the country's intellectual's life is also underway. But probably the most significant discovery of Italy was his acquaintance with the Sicilian Virgilio Titone, a disciple of Croce and a professor of modern history at the University of Palermo. Vicence immediately invited him to Barcelona to give a lecture. In an article significantly titled Mediterranean Community, Vicence introduces Titone to his Catalan readers of Destino in such an enthusiastic way. Professor Titone is a staunch champion of the Mediterranean idea of Mediterraneanism as an effective solution to the problems of the spiritual crisis of our time. With this terminology, of course, he speaks of resurrection of the permanent values of Greco-Roman culture, and of course of the restoration of humanist ideals as defined by the grand affirmation of the Renaissance. He believes, he hears, the translation is mine, the Baroque is Vicence. He believes, he hears in the geological depths of current European thought the echoes of the next earthquake that will revive the ethical and aesthetic values inherent in a spiritual tradition, in fact, uninterrupted. And he considers the duty of every man who is concerned with the future of our civilization to favor the appearance of these forces and these signs. We hope that it will crystallize in a definitive work aimed, without a doubt, to remove obstacles and prepare the advent of this neo-humanism. End of the quote. Although vaguely expressed, the Mediterranean idea must have pleased Vicence, who had elaborated in the immediate post-war years a whole conception of the crisis of the civilization of the 20th century that was based on the negative consequences brought about by the exhaustion of the individualistic ideals spread by the Renaissance. Driven by his fascination with geopolitics, Vicence has then defended the idea of empire as the right frame for overcoming the conflicting social situation of Europe in the 30s. This conception is made explicit in the book Historia General Moderna, published by Vicence in 1942, as well as in other texts of the same period. Let's return to Virgilio Titone. After his visit to Barcelona in June 1949, Titone wrote back to Vicence his impressions about the Spanish political situation. In an unpublished letter kept in Vicence's personal archive, Titone defended a Spanish federalism within a European federalism that would overcome, I quote, the old and anachronistic Catalan separatism and advocated a liberal and moderate evolution of Francoism. I quote, quanto a Franco, la migliore politica potrebbe essere quella di persuaderlo e in certo modo aiutarlo a ritornare a poco alla normalità, a forme più liberali di governo. Se non ho capito male, c'è una corrente franchista moderata. Scosse troppo violente potrebbe essere una minaccia per la stessa pace europea. We don't know what Vicente answered to the letter, but we can affirm with complete certainty that the Catalan historian, through the 50s, devoted his enormous energy to creating an intellectual cushion that would prepare the country for the post-Francoist era, while avoiding, above all, the possibility of two violent shocks that could threaten European peace itself, like those feared by Titone. As I said, in these years, Vicente appears to be a historian desperately seeking for a method. And I must tell you that despite his initial enthusiasm for Virgilio Titone, one might suspect more for the man than for his work. The ideas of the Sicilian professor were not entirely useful for so an urgent purpose. It's not only the faint-hearted review Vicente writes in 1948 of Titone's book Teorica della Rivoluzione, nor the more positive impression he got of the book La politica dell'età barocca, where Titone focused in the concept of the reason of a state among the Italian Baroque thinkers. Much more significantly, in a letter sent in the summer of 1952 to the Castilian historian Felipe Ruiz Martin, a colleague and a close friend of Vicente, Vicente has in a way to defend himself against his own and not completely justified enthusiasm for historians such as Arnold Toynbee, Christopher Dawson, or, in a lesser scale, he says, my Titone. As smart as he was, Vicente quickly abandoned all his old fancies for historians like Toynbee, not to speak of Titone, his poor Titone, who is never more mentioned in Vicente's letters or writings. And although in his record of Spain's participation in the crucial International Congress of Historical Sciences held in Paris in 1950, Vicente emphasizes his affinity with Italian historians, saying, we, I quote, we, along with the Italians, are the only historians who, regardless of schools and sects, maintain the scheme of the classical and Mediterranean unity of history. End of the quote. But I am afraid that this is just a rhetorical exercise devoid of almost any content. The consideration made a few years later by Italian medievalist Mario del Treppo seems rather more accurate. He paid little or no attention to Italian historiography. Driven by a furious polemic against Castilian ideological historiography, Vicente distrusted any history of ideas and culture to which he assimilated to Benedetto Croce's ethico-political conception, otherwise very diverse and complex. We can say that, at the end of the day, Vicente was probably more interested in Italian politics than in the Italian historiography. In 1958, he addresses the young sons of the Catalan bourgeoisie, telling them, I quote, that I am fully convinced that as you, those of this generation, who will see the Industrial Revolution as it has in Spain, as it has unfolded in Italy in recent years. Italy saw this revolution between 1945 and 1955. As a matter of fact, Italy was pointing out the straight path that Spain should take to get rid of Francoism. But, of course, this is the second part of my talk, but of course, to get rid of Franco proved to be a difficult, if not impossible, task. When Vicens died too early in 1960. The trauma of the Civil War was a too heavy burden for this. In his final years, Vicens even seems to abandon history and benefits of politics, and his main concern is to prepare the bourgeois elite that can take the leadership of the country after Franco. As Joseph Blau wrote in his Omanot profile, I quote, Vicens was sure that the current situation contained elements to build a future absolutely different from those fateful years. He was convinced of it, and that's why he worked. What horrified him most were the descents into zoological forms of class savagery or political passion. He worked to eliminate the causes and prevent them from occurring again. End of the quote. For this purpose, a right politics were needed. In fact, according to Vicens, a right politics was precisely what was missing in the 30s. He was enormously worried by the outbreak of the social conflict in Spain during the 30s, as many of other public intellectuals in the time. Intellectuals that could not entirely disagree the Italian fascist promises of order and the return of the idea of empire. We can discuss whether this makes Vicens an Noucentista. In that respect, it seems to me meaningful his rediscovery of one of the leading philosophers of Noucentisme, Josep Ferrater-Mora, who was exiled in the Americas since 1939. When Vicens has finished writing one of his most influential essays, Notícia de Catalunya, the first edition is 1944, he becomes aware of an affinity with the previous and until then unknown to him essay Las formes de la vida catalana that Ferrater had published 10 years before in Santiago de Chile. In a letter of March 1954, Vicens reckons that the wall of the atmosphere has made me unaware of your work until recently. In that letter, Vicens explains to Ferrater-Mora, then professor at the Bryn Mawr College in Pennsylvania, that, I quote, I have been strongly impressed by your writings and regret not having read them sooner in order to incorporate some of your thoughts into the book I am about to publish. It's an empirical book kneaded with the sweat of history and collective experience, and its conclusions are less optimistic than those that emerge from your works. However, through paths as diverse as those we have used respectively, I arrived at conclusions very close to yours: continuity, common sense, and a relative sense of measure. Shortly after, in June 2nd, 1954, he wrote again a letter to Ferrater-Mora saying, the reasons for my dedication to the history are exactly the crisis of the first century before Christ, the Renaissance, and the current one. A few weeks before his early death, in 1960, Vicens could send to Ferrater-Mora a copy of the second edition of his book, published at the same time that the second edition of the Philosopher's Book, saying in an adjoining letter that I am pleased to once again agree with you on the goal to be achieved, to become an active, progressive, and clean, tolerant, and conductive Switzerland. Switzerland, I'm finishing. Switzerland is not an accidental mention. At the time, Vicent frequently quotes the work by a liberal German economist, Wilhelm Röpke, exiled from Germany since 1933. 33, I don't need to explain more, and who lived and died in Switzerland. Faced with the monstrous growth of great powers and their idea of empire, Vicent discovers, hand in hand with these liberal anti-fascist authors, including poor Titone, the beauty of a small estate. I am finishing. In the Notícia de Catalunya, Vicent developed his idea of Catalonia becoming a kind of Switzerland. I quote, "After thinking a lot about it, I believe this is the message we Catalans have been bringing along many centuries, to be a March country, like Marque Hispanic, to be a March country, clean and orderly, like Belgium, Holland, and Czechoslovakia, or a mountain stronghold country, as well arranged as Switzerland." For those who came from the Noucentista years, the music Vicent was playing in his final years sounded indeed familiar and nice. As the leading art critic, Alexandre Zerilli-Marimò wrote in an obituary, I quote, "In a land dramatically orphaned of leading thought, there was a lack of someone who was, for the new opportunity, what genius was at the beginning of the century. And Jaume Vicens occupied this position, unfortunately, in an ephemeral way." With Bob's permission, I am just reading my final phrase. When I was doing my research in Vicens many, many years ago, I wrote to a British historian, Raymond Carr, a leading Hispanista, who know Vicens, and he wrote to me about his figure. He said, "He was immensely impressive, physically, intellectually, and morally. We talked a great deal about Catalonia. What impressed me was his combination of common sense and moral principles. He was a Catalan, but avoided all radicalism." I am fully in love with this sentence. He was a Catalan, but avoided all radicalism. A phrase that says so many things in such a few words. Thank you.
Okay. We've got a few minutes for questions, and then we'll have our last keynote. Is anyone dying to ask a question? Or do you want to think about it, and I'll ask a quick question? All right. Mireia. We need another one. Mireia, you mentioned exotic plants in the garden. What did exotic mean in that context?
The plant. The plant from that Vinyet wrote.
Yeah, because you said they were exotic.
Yes.
So they weren't reproducing. Is Italy exotic?
No, the exotic plants, it's in the gardenesque style. Mm-hmm. But from Mediterranean one, the idea is to return to the original Mediterranean plants. The exotic plant is in the gardenesque style. Yes.
It just seems to me the concept of exotic,
yes,
right, pushes us outside of
yes.
what might be a Mediterranean ambit, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
That just sort of struck me a little bit.
Not because sure. It's the Mediterranean. It's also the conception of the of the irrigation, the Arabian tradition, etc. Yes.
Okay, so that's the thing. So moving away from the Occidental Mediterranean to a more North African Arabic.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. All right. You've had time to think. Who's next?
I'm sorry because it's the light.
Oh, I thought you just didn't want to be in the middle. Any other questions or comments or complaints?
People are tired, I think.
I think they are tired.
Yes.
Well, don't worry, I'm not listening.
Because it's the second day of the conference.
If it goes a couple more beats, I cut it off. So this is your last chance. Otherwise, I'm going to cut it off because I have no reparo. All right.
I was just going to say, I really liked all of the talks, and I guess one thing that just makes me crack up was, Juan, your the comparison between Croce and D'Annunzio by Dors, who obviously considered himself a kind of Catalan Benedetto Croce in some regard. But it's very funny that he accused D'Annunzio of futurismo milanese, because the futurists absolutely hated D'Annunzio and would have been horrified at any association with him. So, but I suppose for Dors, it was all, a kind of decadent avant-gardism, notwithstanding their great differences. But
do you want to answer, Maria? No.
In the first day, we could discover Ors against Benedetto Croce attack, and I'm very surprised because in the years of the war, Benedetto Croce is a good, Dors have Benedetto Croce, a good opinion of Benedetto Croce, because it's the opposition to D'Annunzio, and it's the opposition to the interventionism, to the Italy in the war, the enemy of the bellicist Italy, and is opportunistic use of Benedetto Croce, I think.
Marianne, and then first Marianne. Oh, you're going to add to that.
On this thing, actually, in one of Croce's reviews of Dors' book, he recalls that the two met at the International Conference of Philosophy. I think it was in 1911. And Dors says that he was the only Spaniard at the Congress, and he agreed with the Italians to be together with them to the official photograph. So in the official photograph, it's all Italian philosophers and Dors. And both Dors and Croce remember this anecdote as a sort of moment in which they personally met and they were together. And then for both, it is sort of, well, look how far we have come. Now we are completely different.
And the Ors hate to D'Annunzio is an old topic. Notice by the years of the war, his hate is to D'Annunzio's literature, to D'Annunzio's influence, to the modernism. Is an ancient hate, not opportunistic hate like D'Annunzio's use.
Great. All right, we've got one last question from Marianne.
Jose Maria, it was very. I noticed immediately when you read the quote about Mediterraneanism that the idea of the Mediterranean was a kind of a path to fascism to a certain extent, for a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Catalonia, the ones who were going toward fascism. But then it seems to be a path out of it for Vicens as well. No, I mean, so. I just wondered if you'd like to comment on that. And the second part of the question is, do you think Vicens Vives himself considered himself a Noucentista or an inheritor of Noucentista ideas?
Thank you. Well, Vicente is a very evolving figure. He's a very enthusiastic person, and he feels attracted by the novelty. And, it's difficult to put a label on him as a Noucentista. I don't think so. In the 30s, he's really worried about the political situation, and he considers that the origin of the problems are the lack of an intellectual basis for the political action. And this is he considered the very poorly politicians in the 30s, and in this way he becomes a very distant figure from Catalanist construction of the time. In a way, he's seen as a very, not as a Catalanist, not a participant in the Catalanist movement. In the post-war years, he really changes his mind, and he discovers the work of his affinities with Ferratemora, his affinities with Catalanism. There is a crucial phrase that Josep Pla mentions in his profile of Vicente, that at one point Vicente discovered that Catalanism is able to create a consensus in Catalan society. And this is the goal. This is why Vicente, at the end of his days, is seen as the new genius, as the new public intellectual, and maybe a future politician since the Catalanist field. I don't know if we can say to this Noucentisme, but the main thing is the way that consensus is the way to avoid the outbreak of social unrest, social violence, and political instability.
Great. Thank you. Please join me in thanking everyone on the panel. It's a great pleasure it's been a great pleasure to attend the entire 2 days and to have moderated the last panel, and now to moderate this final keynote address, which we have by Dr. Elena Pontigia, who teaches at the Politecnico Milano and is the author of, I was looking, multiple monographs on a wide range of subjects from the Chirico to, Novecento, as we're talking about today, Cironi, Chiarismo, and also many, many exhibitions. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what you're showing us today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Pontigia, who's going to be speaking on Platonic Suggestions in Novecento's Italiano's painting, 1920-1924.
Thank you for your generous words. Now I can only disappoint you. First of all, I'd like to thank Ara Merian, New York University, Professor Ara Merian, and Dr. Jordi Falgas, Fundació Rafael Masó, for inviting me to this important and interesting symposium. I'd like to thank also Casa Italiana Zerilli-Marimò, which is hosting us. For me, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here with all of you, dear friends, but I have immediately apologize for my bad English. Actually, my English is not just bad, it's really horrible. I have never learned it till now. I am 68, but I do hope better. I'm sure that within 40 or 50 next years, my English becomes perfect. So, Thank you. So my speech is a little different from the topic of this symposium, because I'm going to talk about the influence of Platonic philosophy on Novecento Italiano, or better, about some Platonic suggestions we may see in Novecento Italiano's paintings at its beginnings, from 1920 to 1924, mainly in Sironi and Funi. We are going to leave the realm of history and enter the realm of Platonic ideas, of that sort of heaven Plato calls hyperuranium. However, we must forget that in Italy, the background of that period, from 1919 to 1924 and after, is the violence of history. A post-war without peace, a peace without peace, as some historians call it. So we'll try to understand what's hidden behind the polyhedrons, the vases, the set squares we may see in some Sironi and Funi's works. In the early 1920s, as with Valori Plastici in Rome, Novecento Italiano brings an idealist revolution to Milan. Art, they say, is not impression, but rather idea, form, eidos. Eidos, you know, means form in Greek. Art is a conceptual research. But let's take a step back. We have to take a step back to understand why and how such a Platonic climate was born. Futurism and part of the avant-gardes loved Nietzsche, of course, but even more Bergson's philosophy. Bergson theorized l'élan vital. But what is l'élan vital? It is difficult to say, to translate these words, but we may say that l'élan vital is the vital impulse, the vital spirit, the power of nature and the power of life. But during the war, the First World War, life had shown his most terrible grimace. Life used to be terrible. During the war and after the war, artists and intellectuals no longer believed in vitalism. They loved immobility. They loved the sense of eternity. They loved all what is out of time. As in a poem of Mandelstam, "What time is it?" they asked him here, and he answered, the curious, "It's eternity." What time is it? It's eternity. You see, also the sense of time is changing. So we may see, for example, the difference between Boccioni's dynamic city and Sironi's silent and unmoving city. In Boccioni, the city rises, 1910, 1911, the city, symbolized by some horses, is growing and everything is moving. In Sironi's city, nothing is moving. Sironi paints this synthesis of a city landscape, 1921, 10 years after Boccioni's city. By the way, we have to remember that Novecento Italiano was born in 1920. In December 1922, it was officially founded, but its poetics and its first canvases was already born. Novecento Italiano, as Achille Funi and Margherita Sarfatti say and demonstrate, was born in 1920. The philosophical climate of that period was well described by the German critic Franz Roh, the magic realism's theorist. Franz Roh writes, "We feel that the élan vital, the vital impulse, the vitalistic philosophy that the previous generation liked so much cannot save us, cannot save us." Indeed, Bergson's vitalistic philosophy was no longer loved after the tragedies of the war. Artists attempted to rebuild solid forms. Artists and intellectuals went back to reading Plato. But why Plato? Because Plato teaches that all what surrounds us, which is ephemeral and destined to die, is the reflection of eternal and immobile forms, which he calls ideas. As we have already seen, ideas are situated beyond the earth, in a sort of heaven he calls hyperuranium. However, we may already find a new way of thinking even before, if we remember that in 1911, Eugenio Dors writes La Ben Plantada. In La Ben Plantada, he writes about a woman, La Ben Plantada, and he writes, "I have to talk about the Ben Plantada. Don't exalt anything. Don't let anything move you. Define, calculate, measure. Define, calculate, measure." Beauty doesn't depend on grace or on feelings, but on numbers, on exact proportions. We don't perceive beauty with our senses, but with our mind, our spirit. The return to Plato especially begins in the Cubist circles in Paris. In 1915, Léonce Rosenberg, Picasso's art dealer, advised aux enfants, future co-founder of Purism with Le Corbusier, to publish Plato's Philebus. And in February 1916, a part of Philebus was really published in Le Long, the magazine run by aux enfants. The name of the magazine, you see, recalls Bergson, Le Long Vital. But now the magazine publishes Plato. In Philebus, you see the page on Le Long in February 1916. In Philebus, Socrates observes there are figures built with the compass, the lathe, the set square, which are beautiful not because they expertly imitate things, but because they are beautiful in themselves. Plato's dialogue teaches that certain geometrical shapes are not fleeting impression of the senses, but solid realities of the spirit. Plato, we could say, was an enemy of Impressionism. In Italy, the first artist to mention some Platonic dialogues is Carrà. In his writing, Parlata su Giotto, a talk about Giotto, and Paolo Uccello Costruttore, Paolo Uccello the Builder. In 1916, these writings are published in Florence in La Voce, the magazine run by Prezzolini and Papini. Parlata su Giotto and Paolo Uccello Costruttore are full of echoes of some Socratic dialogues, then available in the translation, in Francesco Acri's translation. Meanwhile, Carrà begins to paint solid volumes. You may see the difference between the Futurist Carriage, 1911, and 1916 Carriage. Same subject, opposite style. In 1917, Carrà, as you know, was influenced by De Chirico. Carrà meets De Chirico in Ferrara in 1917. In his metaphysical works, De Chirico paints set squares and polyhedrons. For example, in this metaphysical interior, you see, 1917. However, De Chirico doesn't like Plato. In We Metaphysicians, 1919, he writes, he defines Plato as the chief of philosophical Pompierism. De Chirico's thoughts are different from Carrà's thoughts. Both De Chirico and Carrà built solid volumes in their paintings, but Carrà's volumes symbolize Plato's word as well. We may see a precise idealism influence on Carrà's polyhedrons. Let's see some examples. In Carrà, The Western Night, 1917, you may see a cylinder in the foreground. In Carrà, Hermaphrodite God, 1917, the god sits on a cube near two parallelepipeds. In My Son, 1917, repainted in 1927, you may see a pyramid in the background. And in Metaphysical Still Life, 1919, there are 3 polyhedrons in the foreground. Carrà is a painter. He's not a mathematician, of course. Carrà doesn't paint regular Platonic tetrahedrons, cubes, icosahedrons, but compact forms. Carrà doesn't seek perfect prisms. He wants to rebuild all forms. What matters is not an impossible perfection, but a sort of solidity, of stability. Platonic, too, are the statements Carrà publishes in the first issue of the magazine Valori Plastici, Rome, the 15th of November, 1918, just after the end of the war. In his article, The Quadrant of the Spirit, Carrà writes, I objectify the idea mother of all forms. The poet-painter is Carrà himself, the poet-painter starts from the invisible, which offers him an image of the eternal reality. In front of Carrà's article, in Valori Plastici, you may see the oval of the apparitions. You may see, with some difficulty, a parallelepiped in the background, behind the female mannequin. Carrà publishes his writings in Florence and in Rome, but he lives in Milan. We too have to go back to Milan. In March 1919, in Milan, the magazine Ardita was born. It is a cultural supplement of Il Popolo d'Italia, Mussolini's newspaper, fascist newspaper, and is the first ephemeral point of aggregation of the upcoming Novecento Italiano. You may see here Ardita's first issues with Mussolini's first article. It's a bad slide, but it doesn't matter. We don't have to read what Mussolini writes. In Ardita, Margherita Sarfatti plays an important role. The choice of which artists and illustrators would appear in the magazine is not only up to her, but she tries to publish, and she able to publish, some artists she loves, such as the upcoming protagonist of Novecento Italiano, Sironi, Adolfo Wild, Anselmo Bucci, Leonardo Dudreville, Alberto Saglietti. Novecento Italiano is coming. In the same time, in Milan, the great National Futurist exhibition opens at Galleria Centrale d'Arte on the patriotic date of the 22nd of March, 1919. The 22nd of March is the anniversary of the last of the 5 days of Milan, the popular uprising against the Austrians in 1848. Now, in 1919, the 22nd of March symbolizes the Austrian defeat in the Great War. In the catalogue, Marinetti underlines the artist's plastic dynamism. On the contrary, Margherita Sarfatti quotes Plato. Marinetti talks about futurism. Sarfatti talks about idealism. In reviewing that exhibition, that futurist exhibition, in 3 articles published in Il Popolo d'Italia in mid-April 1919, Margherita Sarfatti writes, quoting Philebus, "There are figures built with the compass, the lathe, the set square, which are beautiful not because they expertly imitate things, but because they are beautiful in themselves." The same phrase that were published on Leland some years before. She interprets Sironi's, Funi's, Dudreville's works, evoking the eternal polyhedrons of hyperuranium. In her articles, Sarfatti singles out Sironi, Funi, Dudreville, and Russolo. Except for Russolo, it's in embryo the first nucleus of Novecento Italiano. 2 months later, in June 1919, Sarfatti publishes her first art column in Ardita. In its frontispiece, we may see some Platonic polyhedrons. Such an image was certainly Margherita's idea. Let's go back to Rome again to see how this Platonic climate is intense. In the same June 1919, Valori Plastici publishes the first Italian translation of Maurice Raynal's Quelques intentions du cubisme, some aims of cubism. Raynal is a French critic who is very interested in cubism. In his opinion, cubism is a conceptual painting which doesn't pay attention to the impressions of the senses. He writes, "We can think with Plato that the senses perceive only what is ephemeral, and thoughts only what endures. They accuse cubism of evoking Plato too often. However, please remember that cubists are not philosophers. We too mustn't forget that artists express themselves with drawings and colors. In their picture, Plato's echoes are not a real philosophy, they are just suggestions. In September 1919, Sironi arrives in Milan from Rome, where he used to live. In Milan, he paints the lamp, a mannequin in a poor furnished room. The mannequin is a woman, but symbolizes Sironi himself. He had married Matilde in July, but had no money, and was unable to take his wife along with him in Milan. He suffers so much from loneliness. On the table, under an up and down lamp, an object that futurists loved, we may see an incongruous pyramid inspired by Carrà and by Platonic polyhedrons Sarfati had written about. By the way, we have to note that Sironi metaphysical painting is always a dramatic painting, talking about our existential problem. His metaphysical painting is different from Carrà and de Chirico's metaphysical paintings. He is dramatic. In his drawing, 1919, Sironi draws a suffering, grieving man and some polyhedrons near an unmoving metaphysical horse. He also paints a futurist airship in the air. Idealism, futurism, metaphysical painting are mixed. So it happens in The Saddled Horse, 1919. Here, the horse, more futuristic than the previous one, you see, is near many polyhedrons. Meanwhile, in December 1919, Carrà publishes in Florence Pittura Metafisica, metaphysical painting, where he doesn't talk about De Chirico, who was the father of metaphysical painting. Carrà writes a big book without quoting De Chirico, but it's by the way. In his book, where he doesn't talk about De Chirico, he repeats that in a picture, only the Platonic idea can give us a clear form of reality. We may suppose that Sironi reads the book and talks with Carrà in Carrà's studio or in the salon of the publisher Umberto Notari. Such an intense idealist climate leads Soffici to ironize about artists and intellectuals who in 1920 discover Plato and Phidias, Raphael and Leopardi, and go around preaching that there is no salvation outside of them. 3 months go by, and in March 1920, a group exhibition opens at Arte Gallery in Milan. This exhibition has no name, no title, but it is a sort of Novecento Italiano's first exhibition. The first exhibition of Novecento Italiano is this group exhibition. Here Sironi exhibits his city landscape for the first time. This city landscape, you see, was exhibited in that group show, and we published by Margherita Sarfatti in her book Segni, colori e luci, Science, Color and Lights, 1925, to illustrate Sironi's painting and Novecento Italiano's painting, with the nude we are going to talk about. Plato's parallelepipeds become buildings and chimneys in the outskirts of the city. Also, this city landscape was probably exhibited at Galleria d'Arte. And also here, Plato's parallelepipeds become buildings and a car, in this case, in the outskirts of the city. In the same year, Achille Funi paints cones and sphere. Funi underlines their three-dimensionality, their solidity. The flat ruler is painted vertically to highlight his depth, to highlight the depth of the space. But in the Platonic climate of that period, cones and sphere also allude to an eternal world, to a sort of hyperuranium brought back to the earth. We could say that in those years, Novecento Italiano, or better, its most important protagonists, bring hyperuranium back to the earth. Sometimes Plato and Pythagoras are mixed. Funi's Mathematicus, 1920. Mathematicus is a Latin word that means mathematician, is a man puppet in front of a large arch. He is counting on his fingers, and his calculation reverberates in the construction of the space. He symbolizes the artists and the architects who build classically according to number, weight, and measure. In 1920, Funi paints also self-portrait with a blue jug. Here we may see the artist next to a precious vase which bears his name, Achille, instead of the name of what it should contain, water, wine, and so on. It is strange, but it's not by chance. The artist is holding his brush and has no palette, so his works seems to be the vase himself. His artwork is the vase. In this period, Funi is painting a lot of figures with vases, fruits, cups. He paints Platonic polyhedrons turned into everyday objects. So it happens in Boy with Apples, 1921. and in the Earth, 1921 too. Here, Funi paints his sister Margherita and is inspired by Titian's Lavinia. The young woman symbolized the earth. Is Plato forgotten? No, Plato is hiding into everyday life. Novecento Italiano's artists seek naturalness, so they like to paint eternal forms hidden in the shape of the fruits or the vases we may see in our home. Meanwhile, Margherita Sarfatti keeps reminding and quoting Plato. We may suppose that even in her salon she talked about Plato with Sironi, Funi, and other artists. When, in 1920, Venice Biennial dedicates a one-man show to Cézanne, Margherita, in reviewing that exhibition, writes, "For Cézanne, only essential forms of things are important. I'm tempted to say that for Cézanne, only Platonic forms of things are important." In other words, she writes, Cézanne loves Platonic forms. Even Cézanne's famous word he wrote in a letter to the artist Émile Bernard, treat nature according to the cylinder, the sphere, the cone. That means we must paint nature with the solid volumes, now is seen in the light of Plato. Margherita Sarfatti also quotes Raphael. We mustn't forget that 1920 was the 400th anniversary of Raphael's death. Raphael died in 1520. Raphael, as you know, wrote to his friend Baldassare Castiglione. Some historians say that is not good. This letter is made by others, but that doesn't interest us. Wrote to his friend Baldassare Castiglione that he wasn't inspired by reality, but by his own inner idea of reality. Even Margherita Sarfatti, in June 1920, writes in an article that art must represent figures and things according to an eternal idea archetype, according to an inner idea of reality, as Raphael used to say, an eternal idea archetype. She writes, so Raphael and Plato are almost similar. In her writings, she often quotes Platonic dialogues. She quotes Philebus, Timaeus, and Titus. Titus as the dialogue that criticizes knowledge as sensation. Titus, we could say, is the dialogue that criticizes impressionism. I remember here some example. In a 1921 lecture, Sarfatti theorizes the influence of Neoplatonism on Leonardo and other masters. In her writings from 1922-1923, she ties Medardo Rosso's sculpture to the notion of appearance expressed in Titus. She praises the Platonism of Émile Bernard, who in his painting has eliminated anecdote to look for the pure idea, draws once more on the filibus to reassert the primacy of line against the 19th century landscape painting. But let's look at other artworks. In 1923, Sironi draws this nude. It's a work Margherita Sarfatti really likes. In her Segni, colori e luci, we have already talked about, she can publish only few paintings and only 2 Sironi's works. She chooses the city landscape we've seen before and this nude. This prominent composition, 1 meter high, is not realistic. The cognac glass in the foreground has nothing to do with the nude. The young lady is not a drunkard. As in other Sironi works, the cognac glass remembers those volumetric forms beautiful in themselves, which Plato exalted in Philebus. The cognac glass is a normal object that preserves the memory of Platonic forms. In 1923, Sironi paints a young man with a red ball. A young man sits in front of what looks like a breakfast tray, but it's actually a group of Platonic polyhedrons, a sphere, a cube, next to a geometric ball. Everyday life and Platonic philosophy are mixed. In the sculpture's model, I'm about to finish. In the sculpture's model, Sironi takes us into a sculpture studio. And in that studio, there are no marble pieces to be carved or terracotta pieces to be modeled, but 2 precise volumes, you see, on the left. Let's look at the pupil. The pupil was exhibited in 1924 Venice Biennale in Novecento Italiano's room. The pupil symbolized the artist. She is an artist pupil. And we may see a pyramid and a set square, as in Philebus. There are figures built with a compass, the set square. However, as we have already noted, Sironi doesn't seek perfect volumes, but compact volumes. In Sironi, Platonic suggestion coexists with the dramatic vision, So it happens in this Sironi still life, 1924, the set square seems incongruous compared to a more usual still life with some bottles and glasses. Actually, this jug on the right, this jug is the sum of a cone trunk, a sphere, an arc of a circle, and so on. This still life, shortly, is a study of volumes and geometries. Even its space is abstract. The table is just a geometrical plane. Also Emilio Malerba's still lifes are studies of volumes. I am about to finish, really, this. This is Funi's Architect Chiattone. In 1924, it was exhibited in Venice Biennale in Novecento Italiano's room. Chiattone is in a strange space. He's outside, as shown by the pavement, by the buildings in the background, and by the very fact that he wears a hat and a coat. But he is even in an interior space. You may see with some difficulty a set square in the background on the left, and nobody puts a set square in a street, of course. Magic realism is coming. However, for Novecento Italiano, the campus and the set square are the tool of the artists. Architect Chiattone symbolizes all artists. But after 1924, Platonic suggestions in Novecento Italiano's painting are few. They remain in a metaphysical way only in some Sironi's works, as in the glass window for Graphic Arts Gallery, 1930, and in his short metaphysical season of the 40s. There are no more normal objects, but only metaphysical polyhedrons. Thank you so much for your attention and your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elena. We've got a few minutes for questions, if anyone would like to ask. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the presentation and for the wonderful set of images. I was just wondering, when I think like the argument is really powerful. I was very also attracted to this idea of comparing Carrà's city with the city in Sirone, these two cityscapes. But at the same time, I'm seeing all these cityscapes by Sironi, and I see so much historicity in them. I see so much almost like social commentary. It's like there's a criticism to pollution, to modernity. There's the cars, there's the city lights, these dark, moody skies. And I wonder how that layer of, I would say, of pathos almost in these paintings fits in this idea that these are just like all about, you know, Platonic solids and geometries, and it's that everything is kind of like the idea of eternity in these paintings. Because to me they're so historical, you know, they're full of history. So I was wondering how do you marry those two things? But
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, that interesting question. If I can, okay. Yes, history has something to do, has always something to do with every image. But for Sironi, in this moment, was important drawing and painting the form that he saw in Carrà's painting, and in that Margherita Sarfatti also talk about. And this problem, these pictures, is an example of how metaphysical painting become everyday life painting, everyday life. For if we could say so. But now we can read this city also as an image of the solitude, of the dishumanity of the modern life, modern city. Although there is one other thing to take in consideration. Sironi paints a dramatic world, dramatic city. but he has so much strength in his form. There are no earthquake that can destruct, that destroyed these cities, his cities. Then with his tragedy, he gives us a lesson of energy, of force. And so he is not only a dramatic painter, but also he has some of futurist aim in his painting, because they are so solid and so strong. I don't know if I have answered. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, let's thank, oh, sorry. You gotta be quick.
No, especially that last image, I'm sorry, yeah. I guess what one wonders also about the prescribed process of working as a painter, you know, that, I mean, I'm now thinking of things not here, but, okay, I don't think it's on. Yeah, it is on.
I have bad ears also. I don't understand well English, and then my ears doesn't work. Excuse me.
No, I'm thinking about, it's not exactly a question, or in general, one wonders about what accompanied the impulses toward Platonic, what in terms of process or recommendation for artistic processes, the actual making of the works. For example, the last image you showed, let's say it's most like a drawing. It is partly drawing. I don't know, maybe collage also. I'm not positive, but
no, it was before.
You know what it was literally.
Practice that goes into
No,
this drawing.
No. The very that too.
Yes, the 40s picture.
Let's say even just the place of drawing isn't so clear, you know, or and with the breakdown, again, something that's not mentioned, but the academy, you know, the breakdown of the academy itself, that, and sort of revulsion against the academy, but, and then on the other hand, with the Platonic ambitions, it is something very, let's say, intellectual, but it isn't the method or mode or the making isn't prescribed in a traditional way, like elevating drawing as a mode of preparing work. I'm sorry, I'm not, it's complicated, I can't.
Oh, art is always complicated.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have a reception, and let's first, before we hear from Jordi, who's going to spend 45 minutes recapping everything, let's please thank Professor.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues and friends, when over a year ago Robert Davidson told me I should talk to our Emergian about organizing the third international symposium on Noucentisme here at NYU, first I was skeptical that Ara would even be interested in such a proposal. Second, I really didn't think we would be able to pull it off. When, to my surprise, he said yes, and he did so with his contagious enthusiasm, I still wondered whether there would be much interest in exploring the relationship between Noucentisme and Novecento. So please forgive me, because I was dead wrong. Here we are after 2 fruitful days of engaging presentations, research, and discussion about the many branches of this topic that has proven to be fascinating and still remains largely unexplored. This symposium was necessary for several reasons. It is essential for Noucentisme to be studied in the larger context of European art, literature, and politics of the early 20th century, and it is necessary that we do so in dialogue with colleagues that study other phenomena and other movements, as we have done here. I am thrilled by the fact that we all will take home many questions, many leads and suggestions that have implications on our research and our specific topics of interest. I just want to stress the obvious, that the study of Noucentisme and Novecento is an area that requires plenty of attention and will keep offering endless intellectual rewards. For these 2 very successful days at NYU, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to several people and institutions without whom the symposium would not have been possible. You've heard their names already, but please allow me to thank first and foremost my dear friend Ara Mergian, who took this challenge as his own and as always delivered with proficiency, knowledge, and a great sense of humor. To Jordana Mendelssohn and her team at the KJCC for hosting the first day of the symposium with expertise and professionalism. The same goes for the Casa Italiana Zerilli-Marimò. Thank you to Stefano Albertini and his team for hosting and making possible today's sessions. I also want to thank the Institut Ramon Llull, the Center for European and Mediterranean Studies at NYU, the Department of Italian Studies at NYU, the Department of Spanish and Portuguese Languages and Literatures at NYU, NYU's XE, Experimental Humanities and Social Engagement, and the Istituto Italiano di Cultura here in New York. To all of them, thank you for your support and generous contributions. We also want to thank the North American Catalan Society for their help in promoting the symposium. I also want to thank our distinguished moderators, Marianne and Robert, and to our keynote speakers, Laura, Margarida, Javier, and Elena. And to all of you, some old friends and some new friends who answered our call and accepted our invitation to share your research. Thank you indeed. Who would have said that we would have the privilege to bring the Noucentisme Symposium to NYU in 2023, when over 10 years ago, we organized the first session on Noucentisme at Casa, and then Javier did the same at Museu Aragai. This ignited Vinyet's organization of the first symposium in Barcelona and Sitges in 2014, and 3 years later, we met at the Universidad de Girona for the second symposium. So let's hope that sooner than later, we can all meet again at the fourth International Symposium on Noucentisme. Thank you very much.